Because on this day.
In 1953, Malcolm Mitchell Young was born.
Malcolm, AC/DC.
Now we always think of AC/DC as being an Australian band, and they are.
Mm-hmm.
But Malcolm, born in Scotland.
Well, that's a pretty Scottish name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, and his brother is
Angus.
Angus.
I mean,
That's as Scottish as you can get.
Yeah, that's pretty Scottish.
I don't think of them in any respect as where they're from. I think them as being the world's band.
They belong to the world.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
I like that. That's beautiful.
now I just tweeted the finest AC/DC video that exists.
There's one.
Yes,
I didn't think there
Because-
was even one.
because it's from a TV show in 1976, and they're doing "It's a Long Way to the Top," and Bon Scott's playing the bagpipes, and there's Australian teens dancing. It's a very 70s video.
Is he really playing the bagpipes,
Yeah.
or is he pretending to play the bagpipes?
I think he's really playing them.
I looked up the song "Who Made Who."
Mm-hmm.
It was written for the Stephen King movie Maximum Overdrive, where the theme was around machines that came alive and began killing people. The lyrics follow
Yes.
the idea of the gadgets and devices created by mankind coming to rule over human beings instead of the other way around. And it said, the song "Who Made Who" was the band's most successful single in years. So it was later in their career.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I really like it. I'm not a big AC/DC fan. I don't know their music very well. I know some of the hits, but I hadn't really heard that one. I don't think. I really like it. I should do a deep dive on AC/DC.
You should.
Yeah.
I've had, I had a friend, and this convinced me too, because this guy was like a country music fan.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I don't know nothing about AC/DC, but I went to see him. He's got some tickets from a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
He says, man, that was good.
Yeah.
He loved the show.
Yeah.
He became an AC/DC fan because of it.
And I have receipts.
What?
While jamming with new songs in the studio, George Young, the older brother of Angus and Malcolm, recalled that Bon had once been in a bagpipe band and encouraged the band to experiment with incorporating bagpipes into the song.
There you go.
Scott left the studio that day and returned with his bagpipes.
Let me go get
And-
my pipes.
And there he is.
This is it.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta hear him. Are they in there yet? I don't.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Oh, I thought that was a guitar. That's not your typical bagpipe playing. It's not
Harry, are
Amazing
you watching
Grace.
the video?
Yeah.
Isn't it
not-
great?
He's got his Superman shirt on.
Yep.
No, that can't be bagpipes. It's not Amazing Grace. AC/DC. I don't know what.
You should, Bill. Spend some time with AC/DC. I think
will.
you'll be surprised and pleasantly so.
I will. I like what I hear usually. Although I don't know what song it was that I heard at AC/DC and I thought, no, wait, this is a parody song, isn't it? They get a little silly for my taste sometimes.
Was it for
Bill's a
those?
serious music fan.
Was it for those about to rock? We salute you.
That's kind of a silly.
I like
Not
that.
my favorite. That's
I
not
kind of
my
like
favorite.
that, but it's because it's kind of dumb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Hi, Gina.
So
You look
we
really,
were-
you look kind of preoccupied.
Yeah, wait. I'm fixing things.
Should you not be here today?
No, I'm fine. I should probably tell you this story quickly because we are full, unless I save it till 9 o'clock. I don't know. So both my kids woke up sick yesterday. sore throat, fever, body aches.
Yeah.
And so I said, okay. Now, we have in the house rapid tests that I bought a while ago.
Coronavirus tests, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I would say if it were your mother, you would have said, sleep it off. If it was your mother.
Not in these times. Because they started back to school on Monday. And I said, I'm not messing around with Omicron. If you guys have it, I want to know. And the thing with the rapid tests, if they're positive, you're probably positive. But if they're negative, it could go either way because we've all been vaccinated. And if you're vaccinated, your viral load might not be enough to register on those rapid tests. But the PCR test, the one that takes a couple of days, is definitive.
Okay.
It tells you for sure whether you have it or not.
And you have to go someplace to get that.
Yeah. And so I remembered from Jonesy getting her driver's license out at the Fair Park 2 days ago that they had a testing center out there. And I said,
I remember that too because you told us.
Yeah. I said, well, let's go out there.
Okay.
And this was 1 day different from when we got her license. The day we got her license, we looked over and went, man, that's a lot of people in line to get a test. So yesterday we go to get in line. It was twice that many.
Oh, my.
And so you look at it and you go, well, how long could this take really? 2 hours we were in that line, and you can't get out of it. Once you're in it, there's barriers.
You're in your car.
You're in your car.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, we're here. I want to know this information. I think it's important if I'm sending you to school and stuff. So 2 hours, we get up to the front of the line, and the woman standing there, and I feel bad for them. I'm sure they get yelled at all the time. She said, would you like a rapid test? And I said, no, I want to get a PCR test. She said, we ran out. You can try another. This is after 2 hours.
Somebody should be walking down the line saying to all the people in line, we're out of tests. Would you like a rapid test?
Yeah, but you still have to stay in line because there's no way of getting out of it. So it's not like they could come by and you could leave. You're stuck. And so she said, but you can try another testing center. So I looked up on my phone, and it was 4 o'clock by this time. I'm like, wow. Highland High School has a testing center that opens at 4 o'clock because they wait till school's out. So by the time I drove at 4 o'clock from the Fair Park to Highland High School, I get in line there. I get up to the front of the line. There's a woman standing there. I said, I'd like to get PCR tests. She said, we're out of them. And she said, and she yells at the guy behind you, do we have any more rapid tests? She's holding a box in her hand. He said, you have the last one. She had one.
Wow.
Just of the rapid swab test. She said, I'm sorry, this is all we have. The numbers yesterday were astronomical, and I know Bill's going to talk about it in the news. But so my point being, once they ran out of PCR tests and they're handing you the swab, you go home and do it. You don't report that to the health department.
Yeah.
So the numbers yesterday that were over 7,000, that's just the people that were able to get the PCR test.
So did you manage to get a test of any kind for them?
So they gave me that box, and there's 2 tests in the box.
Yeah.
And then I had one at home too.
Yeah.
So we came home and did the swab, which came back negative. But if you're really ill and we're in that, if you had COVID seriously in that line and couldn't get a PCR test,
here's what I'm worried
It was
about.
scary yesterday.
Here's what I'm worried about. You were in the car for several hours with 2 sick kids.
Well, and so we all
have the flu probably, and that's what you're going to get now.
So Muhammad put 2 masks on because he thought the same thing. He's like, wait a minute, what if I don't really have it, but one of you have it? We're sitting
Yeah.
So he double masked in the car. We all had masks on in the car.
Dummy.
And had the windows rolled down. But
That
there
probably
were
would help, yeah.
hundreds and hundreds, and that was just the 2 testing sites in Salt Lake I went to. It's that way all over the state.
What does this signify? That
That
people
it's
are
out of
panicking?
control.
People
No,
are panicking?
That people are sick. It's spreading that fast. There are that many
Yeah.
people.
So all
sick.
of those people in line were experiencing some sort of symptoms.
I don't think you wait 2 hours in line just because you're curious. I think you're sick
Yeah,
and you're scared
yeah.
and you want to know.
So
we
people are
probably-
panicking.
But with good reason. I mean, and I wasn't really panicking because my kids are my kids have had their 2 doses, and if they're feeling better in a day or 2, I'll get their booster, and I have my booster, so I'm not super worried about any of us ending up in the hospital.
But the more tests there are, the more higher the numbers. Slow the testing down, please.
You know, a good thing to hold off any kind of illness. Mill Creek coffee. That's
Yeah.
what you
There
need.
we
Yes.
go.
Have your Mill Creek coffee. It blocks most illnesses when you drink Mill Creek coffee.
Especially really hot. You drink
Yeah.
it really hot, it'll
Yeah.
kill anything.
From the land of sky blue waters.
There you go.
Mill Creek coffee.
on Main Street. Yeah. All right. Well, what a wonderful world.
So, and I got messages from my kids' schools. They're pivoting back to their strict COVID,
Not surprised.
and I'm glad they're taking.
No,
it
are they going
seriously.
to just staying in home?
So far, they haven't said they're online, but they're pulling back activities. They're doing their lunches different, like they did. You know, they had
They're
gone
still-
back to having
They're
lunch.
still
in the
doing soccer,
lunchroom.
though, of course, right? Still soccer.
I haven't got the soccer notice yet,
Yeah.
but
So practice as usual.
he missed practice. He has practice tonight. We'll see if it's
Let
no.
her
if
hear
he's-
from. Let her hear from soccer. It says return address tyranny. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, let's get this over. The sooner we start, the sooner we can get it over with.
Let's see. We'll do your check-ins at 877-602-9696. We're going to take a break here, but in this break, use that number 877-602-9696. What do you got to say about all of that or anything? 877-602-9696.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
This is before we went on the air.
now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the
We
radio.
didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio, and Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah.
You're here. You're an
I
expert.
believe every year we have spoken
And
with someone.
and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
And I said,
Silly
well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
You
I
were
said,
a little.
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the
stuff,
food bank.
the stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared.
disappeared.
And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
No,
Which-
she was the representative that morning.
And
You could have handled that a
oh,
little
and
better.
yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that, and that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in
Sure,
that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. You know, she was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Well, maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
Mm, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Jimmy Fallon has writers. They write that stuff for him. All right, we will officially begin the program, and then we'll take your check-ins. I know that Bradshaw's on the line at 877-602-9696. You, too, could be on the phone and part of the Radio from Hell show if you check in with us, 877-602-9696. Gina?
Brought to you by COVID tests. They're going like hotcakes.
All right. The moon is 19% of full. It is a waxing crescent moon. It's being toward fullness. The moon's up there doing its thing. It don't care what we're doing down here with COVID or anything like that. We'll have a full moon on the 17th of January. But as for today, the moon will rise at 11:01 a.m. Today being, Thursday. It's the 6th day of January. A day that will live in infamy. 22. And you're listening to the Radio from Hell show, now celebrating 30 years of being 100% lint-free. Yes, Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. You can see him right if you go to x96.com/live. He's smiling and holding his cup up. Gina Barberi right there in her husband's home office. I'm Bill Allred. I'm here in my attic. Katie for short is our wonderful producer in downtown Salt Lake, running the board in the studio. And we have assistance from Miriam and Cameron Diaz as well. And now, folks, we go to check-ins. I know Bradshaw's there, but you could be there as well. 877-602-9696. I'd like to remind Bradshaw as he comes on the line, it's National Cuddle Up Day, Bradshaw.
Oh, I intend to do that today.
It's National
We have
Cuddle
to,
Up.
honey.
Wow.
It's a holiday.
I got Book of Boba Fett and Star Trek Prodigy.
That's what it says right here. Cuddle up and with a good book. Or who are you going to cuddle up with, Bradshaw?
I'm not really a cuddler. But good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Not much of a
I ain't
cuddler.
a cuddler. Hi, Bradshaw. What's up?
I'm just a huge AC/DC fan, so I was going to tell you, when you do that dive, make sure and do the Bon Scott.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would
Talk about...
if I do the dive, I'll start at the beginning. You know.
We lost a great talent when we lost him.
Yeah. Bradshaw, if you're not much of a cuddler, maybe this'll satisfy you. It's also National Bean Day. Okay. Yeah.
I love beans.
I do
Beans
too.
a magical fruit.
Yeah.
If you don't like cuddling, can I interest you in beans? Actually,
it's-
that makes sense, really.
Well, and you can combine the two with a Dutch oven, you know, under the blankets, under the blanket.
Yeah.
All right, Bradshaw. Thanks for the AC/DC advice, and why don't you cuddle up with a good bean? See you.
Okay.
Later. All right.
Thanks.
Dot says these are getting too big to cuddle.
National Bean Day. I love beans. I think they're great. And you know, if you eat enough beans or eat beans often enough, that problem kind of goes away. You get used to them, and they don't cause you the gassy distress that.
I like a bean, but an overcooked bean, I don't know.
I'll eat them anyway. I like them with a little
When they're-
toothy. Yeah.
That's when they're best. But when
Yeah.
they're disintegrating,
I'll eat them that way even.
you know,
I like them that way.
well, I guess in a chili, I suppose.
Yeah.
But then you get to the argument of chili with or without beans. Is it chili?
Yeah, I don't really ever understand that argument. If I call it chili, it's chili.
Yeah,
My,
there are people who will die on that hill.
Yeah.
You know.
My Uncle Tom, the
Hill of beans.
songwriter,
Yes,
he
indeed.
has a song called "You Don't Put Beans in Chili." You
Yeah,
never
see?
water good whiskey down. You never
Mm-hmm.
play poker with a man named Doc on the Spanish side of town.
Don't worry, they addressed this in the newest episode of Yellowstone, Bill.
Oh, do they?
Oh, they
on
really-
season
they-
4?
yeah,
I've
they
just
really
finished
do.
season 3 of
Oh.
Yellowstone.
You mean about whether chili?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's a whole discussion. Even Andy started yelling at me in it. I'm not
Wait a
kidding.
minute. When did that show get so bougie?
It's great. It's great. It's
It
great.
is. It's a bizarre show. I mean, some of it is just so damn stupid you can't stand it, and then some of it's like you kind of sympathize with these stupid cowboys. You know, I mean, it's
All right.
it's fascinating.
Let's go to Jared.
Hey,
Hi,
Jared.
There we are.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Lord
Jared.
ladies.
You like a bean?
Oh, well, sure.
Why not?
Pretty
I guess.
lukewarm. So what do you? Yeah.
I'm home with the coronavirus.
Really?
Oh, how's it going?
Tell us about it.
Well, I've been vaccinated and boosted,
Okay.
and so far it's like a really bad cold. It's bad enough to warrant not working while I'm at home, but not bad enough that I'm like completely miserable. Just a little bit miserable.
Can I ask you a couple of questions about that, Jared?
Sure.
First of all, how old are you? Do you mind saying?
43,
Okay.
and I'm a pretty healthy person.
Okay. And do you have any idea where you got coronavirus?
I am 99% sure I know where I got it. Yeah.
Okay. You don't want to say though.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. Well, they did some good contract tracing with the people I was out with and narrowed it down to where we were at, who we were with.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you don't need to name it.
Yeah. All right. So now, do you have a family? Are you living by yourself? What are you doing?
I'm divorced, so right now the kids are at their mom's, so they're going to stay there longer. I do have a wonderful rescue dog that is keeping me company.
Okay. Well, you know, dogs can get coronavirus.
No kissing.
No, I
Don't
can't
share
help that.
Don't share a water
I was
dish.
going to say that would be the hard part for me, is because
No kissing.
little Ripley likes to come
Yeah.
up and go.
Well, Jared, I hope you do well. Why don't you check in with us in a couple of days, okay? And
Yeah, would you?
like on Monday, and tell us how you're doing.
Okay, great. I'll check in with you guys on Monday then.
Thanks,
Okay.
Jared.
Care.
Thanks, Jared. You know,
Thanks.
speaking of dogs kissing and animals, I said yesterday I was giving my cat this this gel potassium, and he can't seem to resist it. They say you put a little bit of this gel on your finger to administer it, and the cat will lick it off your finger every time. And he does, even when he doesn't seem interested in it. He kind of looks away, and then all of a sudden he comes back and licks it off my finger. So I thought, well, I'll taste it and see what's so irresistible about it. It's maple.
Oh, that's
I just tasted a little tiny bit of it, and it's I went, oh,
Now
it's
you
maple
can't keep your
flavor.
finger out of your mouth, can you?
Right. And then I looked on the ingredients, and one of the ingredients is maple flavoring. So for some reason the cat loves that.
Johnny B checking in, wondering what I should do with a bum transmission in one of my trucks. Good luck
A
with
bum
that.
transmission.
Yeah. Good morning, Lord.
Get your
Shasta
button
here.
gear. That's what you should do.
Hey, good
Shasta
one.
here. Whilst listening to the end of yesterday's show, the phrase "poorly assembled and upside down" was uttered, and I feel that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ride or Die for Chili is almost as bad as Ride or Die for Weezer.
I don't.
I wish I.
Having strong feelings about it, Bill.
Oh, I see.
I wish our governor cared about the virus.
Yeah, you know, he does. He has to pretend that he doesn't.
But after yesterday's numbers, I need a press conference about that.
Well, and Teacher Emily checking in. All right, traffic, please.
If you're headed to Wyoming, first of all, why? Second of all, don't bother because it's closed. You cannot go to Wyoming. The US 191 closed between I-80 and the Utah-Wyoming border. Roadway restrictions in Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. That's going to last until about 7:20 or so.
Gina, are they saying why it's closed? Is it
For weather?
Is it weather? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Crash Redwood Road, westbound I-215 north in North Salt Lake. The northbound right lane closed, southbound left lane closed there. And let's see, stalled vehicle eastbound I-80 at 23rd East in Salt Lake. It's blocking the right lane. And just a reminder that we could have some wet roads out there this morning, and make sure your lights are on, all that kind of thing. We appreciate it when you do all the stuff to keep everybody safe. If you see something and it's safe for you to text us and let us know what you're seeing out there, 33986 is what that number is.
All right, we will take a break. In our next break, you'll get both Big Boy News and Geek News, all in the same break. Then at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. Your chance to win, I know for sure, one of those Radio from Hell coffee mugs. Drives, diner edition.
Yeah.
Perfect for murder, you know.
They're heavy.
We'll have that for you coming up on the way. Stand by. X96.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
You know, because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well,
you just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you know, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is. And
what happened?
And, well, before the surgery, I went on a message board and somebody was asking the question, you know, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's picture just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl
Is
of
spaghetti. Well, they're
bowl of
very much
spaghetti.
like that. Yeah. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball
They do.
removal
Delicious,
and-
delicious
do.
marinara
They
sauce.
do. That's why there's so many
And
fat
then,
doctors.
and then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me
And
into surgery.
and you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at, what's recovery like for this?
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
Oh, no. I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3
The
days
next
later.
day, yeah, there's that.
Why I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we
That's
should.
the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And
Ooh.
That
the
doesn't
uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
All right. We have geek news coming up. Stand by for that. But first, big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by.
Start the new year by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
We told you yesterday, because of COVID, the Golden Globes would not have a red carpet event this year, and it would be, and it's really scaled down.
Yeah.
The Globes will go on with just a sliver of its usual attendees. Due to the COVID Omicron variant surge, the association, the Hollywood Press Association, Foreign Press Association, will be modifying their in-person ceremony. Now, neither press nor celebrities are invited to the 79th annual award ceremony, which will take place without an audience of any kind. The announcement comes just days before the show's scheduled date, January 9th. Only select members and grantees will be allowed at this year's Globes with additional restrictions. There will be no red carpet, and it doesn't make any mention of whether there'll be any way that you can watch it on television or live stream or anything. So there you go. It's probably going to become a relic of the past.
Well, they're probably going to put it online somewhere, I would think.
Well, they haven't mentioned it. And the Grammys have been postponed because of coronavirus. Well, I got hooked on Yellowstone. And I decided to just look at it because everybody talks about it. And so I thought, well, let's see what's there. Well, I got kind of hooked on it, and I've been binged through 3 seasons of it now. There's a 4th season that's available, which is complete. And then they're working on a 5th season. And as it turns out, Yellowstone continues to defy gravity and an industry-wide decline in linear ratings. The season 4 finale of the hugely popular drama starring Kevin Costner, hit a new series high, 9.3 million total viewers in Live Plus same day. That's up 81% versus the season 3 finale. The January 2nd closer eclipsed the previous viewership high mark set by the season 4 premiere of Yellowstone, and it set the record set. It broke the record set by The Walking Dead season 8 premiere. So it's now.
Are there zombies in Yellowstone?
It's now the biggest show on cable television. But one of the episodes I just watched, one of the main cowboys had his mother dug up she died some years ago. He had his mother dug up so he could tell the corpse that he was getting married, and he took. It was so weird. It was kind of funny.
Really?
It was meant to be kind of funny, and it was weird. So he's there in the cemetery, and there's the guy who runs the cemetery, this old guy, and he's saying, there's a coffin there. It's already been dug up. And there's a coffin there. He says, what do you think she's going to look like when we open the lid? And the old guy says, well, it depends on who did the embalming.
Who did the work?
He said, yeah, now if Addie did the embalming, she's going to look pretty good. And I think she'd been in there, I don't know how many years, 10 years or something. So if Addie did it, she's going to look pretty good. And they lift the lid and look in, and the old guy looks in there, and you don't see anything yet. And he goes, yeah, Eddie did that.
I'd know his work anywhere.
Yep. And then they show it, and there's a kind of a corpse that in there that is the part of the face has kind of started to decompose, but then he has a touching scene where he said, I wanted to get the ring, your ring, because this is the only thing I could get. I mean, it was weird and touching and funny, and it's just a bizarre show, I have to tell you. Anyway, let's move on. Utah, as we told you earlier, mentioned earlier, doubled the previous single-day record for new COVID-19 cases on Wednesday, reporting 7,247 cases. The number of cases is more than the total number of cases reported in the state over the first 68 days of the pandemic. The state's previous single-day record was 4,706. Yesterday, 7,247. And as Gina indicated, by the number of people looking to get COVID tests in lines and being turned away because they're out of tests, which is bull crap. This is a failure on the local level. It's a failure on the federal level, on the national level. There should be tests, flooding the market, and masks flooding the market, and Walmart and I forget who else it was, who've now, because their agreement with President Biden they set a date on it to keep prices low. That agreement with the president is now expired, and they've jerked the prices up for tests.
Wow. And the state would have more tests available, but we spent all the money on hydroxychloroquine. So
it's just where is the leadership right now here in Utah? That's what why are our leaders not standing up in front of microphones and saying, this is awful and here's what we're trying to do to fix it?
Because in hiding there are no microphones or cameras.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. And here we go. New COVID variant discovered in France.
Fun.
Another one?
Yep. According to reports, the World Health Organization said at a news briefing that another COVID-19 type has infected a dozen people in France. According to Bloomberg, it's called right now the IHU variant, named by researchers at the Mediterranean Infection University Hospital Institute, which is IHU, in Marseille, France. It has infected people in the country's southern Alps region. They say it is they are speculating on virological, epidemiological, or clinical aspects of the virus. It was discovered in November. Dr. Cobble sent me a message. With Omicron, the vaccine is 50 to 70% effective versus 95% effective with prior COVID variants, and of course with Delta and other wild types, the vaccine efficacy dropped by about 10% a month. Thus, after 6-month protection against Delta, it was 50%, much like we're seeing with Omicron. Milder symptoms, by the way, in vaccinated people, milder than people with the Delta variant. So what should you do at this point? Dr. Cobble says, avoid unvaccinated people. And you have a right to say to anyone you work with or anyone in your family, are you vaccinated? And if they say no, say, then I'm not going to be around you. Wear your masks and get your vaccines and boosters and make yourself ready for another booster. Already in Israel and Germany, they're doing boosters every 3 months at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's coming. All right, let's move on.
And you
to
can get
something
your
else.
kids boosted, by the way,
Yeah,
12 and older.
12 and older. Nancy Pelosi has announced a slate of events around the Capitol next week. Next week? Let me look at the date on this. And I think, so I think that must mean this week. I think this is an older story. To commemorate the 1-year anniversary of a date that will live in infamy, January 6th and the insurrection. Quote, these events are intended to be an observance of reflection, remembrance, and recommitment in spite of unity, patriotism, and prayerfulness. Starting at noon today, there will be a prayer and a moment of silence on the House floor, followed by historic perspective conversation between historians Doris Kearns Goodwin and John Meacham to establish and preserve the narrative of January 6th. You know, that's a pretty interesting thing to do. They have these two famous historians talking, and they have done their research. They'll be talking about the specifics of this event on the record. It will be a part of the record so that we know, so that
we can look
future
back and
generations
know
what really happened as opposed
and by
to
the way,
lie.
those historians, they're nonpartisan.
Yeah.
They're not Democrat.
Now a
historians.
year later, so Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats, they're doing that. It's been a year since 147 Republican lawmakers voted to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election after fueling a lie about widespread voter fraud. 147
It's
voted
frightening.
to overturn the election.
You should be frightened by this.
They cast their votes just hours after a mob of white supremacist supporters of President Trump stormed the Capitol. So it was after this that they voted to overturn the election. And what do they say about that vote now? They overwhelmingly declined to answer any questions about it.
They should be compelled to answer.
Ted Cruz said, call my press office when asked if he believes Biden fairly won the election a year ago. Call my press office. He stood on the Senate floor as he spoke, and the doors on the elevator, he was in the elevator, and the doors weren't closing for some reason, and Huffington Post kept saying to him, well, why won't you answer the question yourself?
Yeah.
Why won't you answer
Seems
it?
like an easy...
And for the next 7 seconds, he just stood there and blinked, and then finally the doors closed.
You should have to answer that question on the record.
And why not answer? Why not answer? One way or another, why not?
Senator John Kennedy, when asked by Huffington Post, do you believe that the election was stolen from President Trump? Who are you? He said, and then walked away. Yeah, I don't have anything for you on that, he said. I have people waiting on me. Huffington Post asked Kennedy again. In the event, he had actually had people waiting on him the first time, and he said, yeah, I don't have anything for you either this time either. Senator Cindy Hyde Smith of Mississippi laughed at Huffington Post and when asked about her vote against certifying Biden's election. I don't do hallway interviews, she said.
If you're a Republican, this should upset you.
Sure.
Really.
Well,
you should expect more from your representatives on your party. That should upset you.
Let's see.
Well, but see, when you express any sort of opinion counter to the Trump narrative, you get called on the carpet, as Sean Hannity got yesterday.
We're about out of time, I think, aren't we?
Yeah.
I just want to mention that I didn't understand this. Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
The tennis player, number one world tennis player, anti-vax, refused to get vaccinated, and he's the reigning champion of the Australian Open. And he wanted to play in the Australian Open, and so he got his country, what is he, Serbian? He got his country to issue him a letter that says he is exempt from vaccination.
Yeah.
And he said, now I can go play in the Australian Open. Now, I was wondering why the Australian Open didn't say, no, you can't. They didn't, but the country of Australia itself said, I'm sorry, Mr. Djokovic, you can't come into our country.
More of this.
Yeah.
More of
Exactly.
this.
All right, that's it.
Well, Bill sort of did sports there, so, and I know we need to get to geek news.
No,
so
that's all right.
I'll tell you about the new ownership of RSL and stuff in our next sports cast. Weather is going to be rain mixed with snow again today. It's pretty warm down in the valley. 37 right now, and it's going to get up to the low 40s for a high. You'll still see some rain and snow depending on where you are. That'll be clearing up by tonight, and we'll have a mostly sunny day tomorrow. And the air is better, which is the best news about all of this. Then another chance of rain mixed with snow happening Friday night into Saturday. It is snowing up near the border right now. We know that because the border with Wyoming is closed. US 191 closed between I-80 and the Utah-Wyoming border. You're going to need to find an alternate route for your rig to get around that. Still closed, or not closed, but roadway restrictions, Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Traction devices are going to be required for about the next half hour or so. Let's see, we have fog being reported in Davis County. Legacy Parkway looks like it's a little bit of reduced visibility through there. Crash on Redwood Road at the I-215 ramps in North Salt Lake. Right lane closed heading north, and the left lane is closed heading south on Redwood Road. And if you're seeing something, you can text us. Let's see. A friend of the program says westbound slide off I-84 near Morgan exit. Avoid the right lane. Thank you. That's helpful when you send those updates in. If you see something like that, you can. 33986.
All right. We do have Beat Gina coming up. It's potpourri today on the trivia, which means I have some holiday leftovers.
Okay.
These are questions that didn't get asked in previous games, so they're about various subjects. You don't know what you're going to get coming up. Multiple choice trivia. Beat Gina at Beat Gina, and you will win a Radio from Hell coffee mug, the murder edition of the Radio from Hell coffee mug. So line up now if you want to play. 877-602-9696. Geek News brought to you by.
Didn't get what you wanted this holiday season? Trade your unwanted restaurant or store gift cards for awesome loot at the Nerd Store or Dr. Volt's. Conditions apply. Ask an employee for details.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have some awesome loot, please.
I'm searching for awesome loot.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Non-Fungible Ham. Is it Non-Fungible Ham or... I can't remember. Anyway, go and take a look at it. Brand new episode. Let's see. Lots of stuff to look at. We got a lot of stuff that happened over the holiday weekend, and because you don't work at work, you just play around on the internet at work. Here's some things to look at today. First of all, we got the new Doctor Strange trailer, where he goes to see Wanda, the Scarlet Witch.
Okay.
I knew sooner or later you'd show up. I made mistakes, and people were hurt.
I'm not here to talk about Westview.
Then what are you here for?
I need your help.
With what?
What do you know about the multiverse?
Now, see, wasn't that brilliant? Now you have to go and watch WandaVision to see what's going on with Wanda, huh? That's pretty smart.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
I hope you understand. Greatest threat to our universe is you.
Evil Doctor Strange.
Things just got out of hand.
And again, more homework for you because Evil Doctor Strange appeared in What If on the Disney Channel. This is brilliant.
Man, do they
No,
think I have all the time in the world?
Here's where we're at with the Marvel movies, all right? Because I did manage to what I did over the holiday was I sat and watched ticket sales at my theater down the street and waited for a screening where there were no more than 4 people. And so I finally found that and got to go and see Spider-Man No Way Home. Here's what's happened. If you're thinking of joining in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
It's already too late.
Go do your homework. And you take a year and do some homework before you start watching new stuff again because it all ties together.
It's a private club.
It's not, but it's, well, I guess, I don't know, because that's the way it was with comic books. There was always an editor's note when you were reading an issue that said, don't understand what this is in reference to, see issue number 83.
Does that make it more enjoyable for you as a fan?
That's the
you're
point.
like, because I know this and I remembered that. from this
Why don't they supply footnotes along with your ticket so for those of us who are uneducated,
like they do in the comic book?
Yeah.
They'll make a reference line, but they won't go into exposition. It's just a simple. Here's what happened. If you don't know what's going on, maybe you should just leave the theater now and go on because that's Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which is being released in May. DC not having that problem because they're just trying to get a few of their projects to stick.
It's asking for you.
The killer left this with the Batman. Why is he writing to you?
You came. I've been trying to reach you.
So this is the new Batman trailer.
About the Waynes. If we don't stand up, no one will.
You got a lot of cats.
I have a thing about strays.
The Bat and the Cat is the name of this trailer. This is for the new Batman movie that is coming out. Boy, it looks really cool. And
I'm not so sure.
it focuses on Catwoman, Zoe Kravitz, who looks just terrific. And is a great actress. Can't wait to see what she does. But Paul Dano as the Riddler. You don't get a look at him too much. But here's something fun that DC and Warner Brothers have done. If you watch this trailer and you notice the symbols that are on, throughout the crime scenes where the Riddler is, they leave behind a signature question mark and all of that stuff. And then there was another trailer where the Riddler said, "You are El Rata Alada." That's Spanish for a winged rat. So some internet sleuths did this. They went to ratalaada.com, and Warner Brothers has bought this site, and it's a little game that you can play. It's riddles from the Riddler.
Okay.
And if you successfully answer they're really easy. If you successfully answer all of the riddles, he will show you, well, I'm not going to tell you what he'll show you. It's rataalada.com. So there's a little time killer for you while you're working today. Let's see. Michael Keaton is joining the Batgirl movie on HBO Max. Yes, he will be Bruce Wayne.
Okay.
So that's coming. Star Trek Discovery Season 4 is taking a break for a bit to make way for, more Star Trek, so you can watch their Star Trek Prodigy cartoon. But they'll be coming back. I've got a story for you next time about Paul Feig and Ghostbusters. I'll tell you about that. But one of the things I saw in front of the Spider-Man No Way Home movie was a trailer for Morbius, which takes place in the Spider-Man universe. He's a vampire. He's Jared Leto. And it said opening in theaters January 28th. And as soon as I left the theater, it was announced, not so fast. We're pushing it. We are pushing it back to, I think, October. They're pushing it all the way back into the fall, like a ridiculous amount of time. This thing will have been on the shelves longer than it will ever be in theaters. So it's, Non-fungible turducken. Thank you. That was the name of the episode.
Not ham.
Not ham.
Non-fungible turducken.
All right. at geekshowpodcast.com. Traffic, please.
Bit of fog in Davis County, mostly affecting areas closest to the Great Salt Lake. Legacy Parkway in Centerville, visibility reduced. Doesn't seem to be causing too much trouble right now, though. Crash Redwood Road at the I-215 ramps in North Salt Lake. Right lane is closed heading north. Left lane closed heading south on Redwood Road. Looks like about 20 more minutes of roadway restrictions in Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. And US 191 is closed in Wyoming between I-80 and the Utah-Wyoming border. This is due to weather, of course. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent anything in. Let's see. Nope, but if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can always text us 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back right after these messages. It's Beat Gina. Line up to play right now. If you beat Gina at multiple choice trivia, potpourri, you'll win one of our coveted Radio from Hell coffee mugs. 877-602-9696 after this.
Mention this article a little bit more.
Oh, okay. This is the Tribune article?
Yeah, this guy calls me. And that's why, I don't know what Richie expected. He calls me, he asks for some quotes. Mm-hmm. So the first thing you want to do, obviously, is see if he got the quotes right.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you always do? If you're being quoted
I don't want to be
paper?
misquoted.
No.
I might come off looking stupid.
I'm just concerned my name's spelled right.
It is. And I was quoted correctly. I don't know about you, because you haven't looked yet.
I was rambling. I was doing my dishes when he called, so I had him on my jawbone, you know.
I was
you in the bathroom?
No, I was at Liberty Park putting my kids on the Ferris wheel and the little all the little death trap rides that are over there at Liberty Park. The little injury-inducing ride. I cut myself on this.
Really?
Allred, in referencing his 5,000th episode on the Radio from Hell program, was quoted as saying, "You little jerk, get on that ride!"
You're bringing the little jerks tonight, right?
Yeah. But the quote, this dawned on me. This was, I think one of the more brilliant observations I've ever had. The reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune asked me, so why do you think your show has been on so long? Why has it lasted 5,000 episodes when other morning shows and radio shows have come and gone? Some appear and go quickly, some are there for a while, but they disappear. Why have you guys lasted 5,000 episodes? And I said, well, it seems pretty simple to me. It's because nobody ever fired us. Really? I mean, isn't that he kind of paused and he said, well, I guess that is true, isn't it?
Well, but we were fired.
Doesn't mean it's good. We just weren't fired.
We were fired once.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we were fired once.
Yeah.
No, you weren't fired. You could have stayed. You two could have kept doing the show.
No, he was told he would be fired if he didn't sign the contract.
That's what I mean. If you had signed the contract,
I was fired. I was fired because I wanted to be fired. I don't count. I don't count that as really being fired.
Mm.
I was fired because I really, really wanted to be fired in the long run. I wasn't going to sign.
You could have kept your job if you wanted.
Yeah.
You signed the contract. You keep your job.
I wasn't going to sign a contract with those people, and I said to myself, if they fire me, I'll get unemployment. So that's what I want. I wanted to be fired.
So you were fired.
Yeah, but nobody's ever really fired.
Like I said,
fired
you
us.
suck. I don't want you to work here anymore. Get out.
Technically, I've been fired. You were never fired.
I've been fired many, many times. Oh, you mean from that
not
job?
Not from this show.
Yeah,
but not from this show.
From this show. You've never been fired from this show.
Not from this show, no.
No.
Well, that's where it matters.
No. Never been fired from this show. And I was fired kind of by design, so I don't count that.
Are you tired of all the troubles? Are you weary of hearing about infections and insurrections? Is your car just about out of gas because you had to wait in line for hours for a COVID test only to be told, sorry, we're out? Well then, Pookie, wouldn't you like a break? Oh, how about a respite? An island of calm and soothing entertainment in your sea of troubles? Well, we wish we could offer that. Instead, it's Beat Gina. Beat Gina is a game show designed not to calm and soothe, but rather to turn you into a drooling idiot. And now, here's your guide to this game show lobotomy, today wearing clothes designed by AlphaCon Industries, Carrie the Slab Jackson.
Oh, thank you very much. Using my AlphaCon code name, the Slab. All right, thank you. Yes, Potpourri is the topic of the trivia today. And we have Mike on the phone. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
All right, Mike, here's the deal. We're going to do potpourri trivia, which is leftover questions from everything.
I like it.
So you don't know what you're going to get when these questions come up. Leftovers, that's what it is. It's a surprise. So if Gina beats you, then what are you prepared to do? I mean, if you beat Gina, she's going to give you the Radio from Hell coffee mug. But what are you prepared to do in her name if she beats you?
In her name, I'm going to go to lunch today at the world-famous, delicious California Burger and Deli, kitty corner to West High School.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
I've been there many times.
All right.
Yeah.
I have my
Delicious.
own booth. Well, I used to have my own booth before the Troubles.
Before the Troubles, yes. All right. Let's see. We've got coin. We're going to toss a coin now. This will give you an advantage of the game. Heads or tails, Mike?
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is tails. I'm terribly sorry. Tails. That means Gina goes first. She gets the advantage in the game. And this question is for her to answer exclusively. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If she gets it incorrect, Mike, you get a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away. First person to 3 points as we go back and forth wins the game. Again, potpourri trivia. You don't know what you're going to get. Even I don't know. I've just got a stack of leftover questions here. And I'm going to reach inside and pull out one. Here we go. Okay. This is Carrie Fisher trivia.
Okay.
All right. So we start with Gina. Gina, who appears at the end of Rogue One, the Star Wars movie, to provide hope for the rebellion? Was it A, Bernie Sanders, B, Princess Leia, C, Bo Bandit Darville, or D, Gowron?
Well, it'd have to be Princess Leia, wouldn't it?
I guess that would be.
That would be.
All right. Maybe there's a reason that was a leftover question.
Well, that's
all right.
That's one hard-earned point for Gina.
Yeah.
And now it's time for Mike to see if he can climb into the game.
All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. This is Pulp Fiction trivia. You ready, Mike?
I am ready.
What college is portrayed on the T-shirt that Vincent Vega gets from Jimmy? Vincent Vega, of course, being John Travolta. Jimmy is the director, Quentin Tarantino. What was the college portrayed on the T-shirt? Was it A, Watsamata U in Frostbite Falls, Minnesota? Was it B, the California Atoms, home of Gus the Mule? C, University of California, Santa Cruz, the Banana Slugs? Or D, Faber College, home of the Fighting Mongols?
It is the UC Santa Cruz, the Banana Slugs.
The Banana Slugs is correct.
Way to go, Mike. That's 1-1 now.
Although, Carrie, I appreciate the Gus reference, though.
Oh, well, thank you.
And I appreciate the Rocky and Bullwinkle reference. All right, it's time for Gina to try and answer a question, and go ahead.
All right, let's see. Let's go through the list. Oh, Matthew McConaughey trivia, Gina.
Okay.
All right. In a poll conducted by Star Magazine, you still get Star Magazine,
sure.
Don't you? In 2006, McConaughey was voted the 10 most what in 2006?
Okay.
Was it A, the 10 most annoying people of 2006. B, the 10 most forgettable people of 2006. C, the 10 most underdressed people of 2006. Or D, the 10 most successful people with oppositional defiant disorder of 2006.
This is a hard one.
No, it's not.
I don't know. We could swing the game.
B.
Most forgettable?
Yeah.
Sorry, that is incorrect.
No?
That is incorrect.
Mike, here's your opportunity. You have a chance to steal, and go ahead.
Of those, I would go with A.
Most annoying people.
May I?
That would be correct, actually. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I would have answered it incorrectly. Way to go, Mike. You have 2 points to Gina's 1. And Mike, you control the question. You could win on this question.
Ooh, okay.
All right, we're taking it here. Here we go.
That's confidence.
All right. This is Halloween trivia. Just Halloween in general, but this one's specifically about movies. Mike, what is the most commercially successful horror franchise? And again, I'm only as good as the information given me. I'm sure the internet
this will be excuse me, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be excuse me, but what is the most...
It's not the host's job to research the questions.
What is the most commercially successful horror franchise? Is it A, Sex and the City? B, Nightmare on Elm Street? C, Alien? Or D, The Sean Hannity Show?
While D is tempting, I'm going to go with C.
Alien? That is correct.
Yes.
Mike wins the game and wins a Radio from Hell coffee mug. Way to go, Mike.
Thank you. I've been wanting one of those.
Oh, so now
Terrific.
you have one. It's yours.
Now you got one. Well, Mike, hang on the line, and we will get you that information about how to pick up your coffee mug, and thank you for playing Beat Gina.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too,
see you.
Mike.
Bye-bye.
Is there any other leftover questions?
Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Leonardo DiCaprio trivia.
Ooh.
Why did DiCaprio's mother name him Leonardo? Was it A, that was her favorite Ninja Turtle?
Well, of course.
Well, because he was the leader of the...
Yeah.
B, named after the MGM Lion. C, Leonardo Carrera Gomez, a Mexican professional wrestler better known under the name Damian 666. Or was it D, she was looking at a Da Vinci painting when he first kicked?
I mean, that's the boring answer, but I think that's the answer.
That is correct.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, that's not a boring. That's a good reason to name a kid what you name him. That's.
I guess.
Yes, but it's a boring answer.
Oh, Johnny's still here.
Oh,
Yeah,
Johnny.
Listen, I have to leave.
Oh, okay, Johnny. Thanks.
Someone's holding my place in line for a COVID test.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I've got to go.
Thank you, John. Traffic, Gina, please.
Delays I-80 eastbound between 13th and 23rd East. It's due to a stalled vehicle blocking the right lane at 23rd East. Crash Redwood Road at the I-250 ramps in North Salt Lake. The right lane closed heading north, left lane closed heading south on Redwood Road. We check our message stream. Friend of the program says there's a large pothole or something I just hit in the connecting lane exit only California Avenue on I-80. You know, it probably is a pothole when the weather does this, warm and freeze a lot, and we've had that in the last couple of weeks. The potholes multiply, it seems. So I'm sure that's what that was. They sent that in via text at 33986.
All right.
Let's see. We have Boatner's, round one coming up here. The candidates you'll consider. Boner candidate number one. You're just creating a whole new crop of mucus. Boner candidate number two, not funny. And boner candidate number three, but I'm Brandon. I mean, that's my name, gall darn it.
Boner's round one, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by, X96.
my goatee.
Don't. Look
Well,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't. I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
Have you?
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point. Mm, 7:19 right now. How's everyone? Everyone okay?
Sure.
I guess. I don't know.
all right?
I don't know. I mean, I have no.
I'm glad we're home.
I have uncertain feelings about the future. I don't know what's going on. I just sort of like.
Well, the future's uncertain, Bill. In the end, it's
Always
always near.
You know, when I woke up this morning, I got myself a beer. That's the way I'm going to start every morning from now on. One beer.
Just
Just
a good
one.
idea.
Yeah.
All right, then. Let's get underway. 7:20, it is time for round one of your boner voting. 3 new stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It secures a spot in Boner Dome for the finals for Boner of the Day, which will happen at 9:20. So it'll wait there until 9:20 by itself until 8:20 when we have round 2 and we get another winner. We put that winner in Boner Dome as well. Never mind. Let's just focus on round 1 right now, shall we?
Yeah.
Send one of these 3 forward to Boner Dome. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, you're just creating a new crop of mucus. One of the new year's most hazardous trends isn't just odious and stupid. It reeks of pseudoscience, experts said. This harebrained hack has unofficial healers corking up their nostrils with raw garlic cloves for approximately 10 to 15 minutes in an attempt to unclog a stuffy nose.
Now, I like garlic more than most people, but I would not do this.
Gina, you know, you demonstrate again and again how practical and smart you are.
Again and again.
Again, just, you know, it never ceases to amaze me.
I am not going to do this.
Wait a man. After the user removes the garlic, a flash flood of mucus will gush from your nose, prompting the idea that you are decongesting yourself. But what's really happening is far from therapeutic. Eric Voigt, associate professor of the Department of Otolaryngology, or something like that, told the New York Post, "It's terrible," the ear, nose, and throat specialist said. The body wants to immediately expel the garlic and its chemicals. So what it's doing is creating an overflow of mucus to flush out that irritant. He noted that the new crop of mucus that the garlic causes is adding to the collection of the already clotted phlegm that originally caused the nasal congestion. And because the nose is plugged up, the mucus can't circulate like it would if you were breathing in and out. It's just accumulating. In other words, you are creating a new crop of mucus, and that's not good. This is a TikTok thing.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 1, you're just creating a new crop of mucus. There, did you hear it? Did you hear it? Here's Boner candidate number 2, not funny. Hurricane City here in Utah, Hurricane City police, they say they have as much of a sense of humor as anybody, but I'm not sure that's really true. But they say that a recent prank is no laughing matter. Residents were confused this week after noticing several out-of-place street signs. One sign told drivers to come to a complete stop in the middle of the road. Others raised and lowered speeds in odd places. Police said someone was swapping the signs and moving them around. The department first made light of the tomfoolery. You know, they kind of said, well, okay, it's fine, but let's not get over. We'll just put them back and don't do it again. But it keeps happening. According to Hurricane City Police, interfering with road or highway signs is a Class B misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. And if the sign swapping happened to lead to an accident, which it could easily do, the penalty would be bumped up to a Class A misdemeanor with a year in jail and a $2,500 fine. So while I have as good a sense of humor as any, this needs to be stopped. If you have information as to who is moving these signs, please contact the Hurricane City Police.
I enjoy fun.
Yes. Because it's not funny, boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, but I'm Brandon. Well, that's my name, gall darn it.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
You know, I was going to do this story, but I realized that this is all ground we have covered. Chris Knopf being removed from the...
No, this is a change.
This is
an
update.
Is it?
Yeah.
There was apparently he was supposed to come back for the finale.
The finale of
flashback
HBO
or whatever.
Max's Sex and the City reboot. It's called And Just Like That. In the wake of sexual assault allegations against him, several entertainment news outlets reported Wednesday he's been cut. But I thought he'd been cut out of it before because these allegations were a while ago.
They killed him off, and he was only supposed to be in it in that first episode and the last episode, and now they're just making it official that he's not coming.
I see.
Yeah.
His character, Mr. Big, died in this. You know,
Yeah.
I don't care about Sex and the City in the slightest, so let's just move on. This is an odd story, I thought, celebrity story. While appearing on the Ellen DeGeneres show on Wednesday, Jessica Chastain, referred to here as the 355 actress.
It's a new movie.
355?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the way it's written. The 355 actress, 44, shared a memory.
It's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, she shared a memory of her grandma Marilyn Hurst, approaching Bradley Cooper at a party and breaking the ice, to talk to him by walking up and then sitting on his lap. I've been trying to get her dates for a long time, my grandma. I mean, it's been about 15, 20 years that I used to take pictures of her and put them on Match.com, said Jessica Chastain. I worked with Al Pacino, and she was very excited about that.
Yeah.
And I took a picture of the two of them together, and it was on her bedside table for a long time. Matthew McConaughey, she was stoked. So she's got a kind of a randy grandma, apparently. A few years ago, I had a party at my house, and Bradley Cooper was there, and my grandma is now at the age where she just really doesn't care, So she's like, I'm just going to do whatever I want. So in the middle of the party, she just walked over to Bradley and sat in his lap.
She harassed him. That's she did.
He looked horrified, she said. He had never met her. He didn't know who she was. I saw it kind of happening in slow motion where I was like, no, it's my grandma. And then I was like, okay, hi, Grandma. Time to get up.
Time to get off Bradley.
Yeah. Get off Bradley Cooper.
355 is a new action movie that she's in with a bunch of other really kick-ass women, too. It looks like it'll be interesting.
Utah nearly doubled the previous single-day record for new COVID-19 cases yesterday, reporting 7,247 cases. The number of cases is more than the total number of cases reported in the state over the first 68 days of the pandemic. Unfortunately, this is a quote, unfortunately, we can expect numbers this high and possibly higher for the next few weeks as Omicron sweeps through our community, said Dr. Leisha Nolan, who is the state epidemiologist for the Department of Health. The state also reported 44 new deaths, although 23 of them occurred before December 1st, 2021. According to officials, 495 people in Utah are currently hospitalized with COVID-19. Among the new cases, school-aged children accounted for 973 of those, including 361 in kids ages 5 to 10, 193 in kids 11 to 13, 419 in kids ages 14 to 18. In the last 28 days, people who are unvaccinated are at 16.8 times greater risk of dying from COVID, 9.2 times greater risk of being hospitalized, and 2.7 times greater risk of testing positive for COVID than vaccinated people. Dr. Cobble sent me a couple of messages overnight. He said here's an interesting article about antibodies and vaccines and transmissions. Number one, Delta changed everything for mortality. Vaccines were 50 to 70% effective, and they lost much of their benefit after 3 months. Number two, Omicron changed everything for transmissibility. Number three, what will the next iteration do? Second and third boosters are in order, and possibly changing vaccine structure. Perhaps the abdominal T helper vaccine will be a game changer for long-term immunity. I see us getting boosters every 3 to 6 months. Israel and Germany are now recommending that. And number four, finally, having caught COVID and surviving and getting vaccinated and boosted is the very best protection, in addition to masks and physical distancing, and, of course, not getting in medical advice from Facebook, social media, conservative news channels, and conspiracy channels.
But I was just about to change my opinion because a random texter told me that our agenda was killing children. So I was about to change that because they've done their research,
Walmart Incorporated and Kroger are boosting the price of the popular at-home COVID test after a deal with the White House to sell the kits at cost expired. The price of Bionex Now tests at Walmart is rising to $19.88 this week from $14, the company said in an email. Kroger said it reinstated retail pricing after completing the 3-month commitment to President Biden's administration. The grocer now lists $23.99 on its website. Each pack includes 2 tests. I would remind you, by the way, that Walmart, owned by the Walton family, established by, I believe, Sam Walton originally, and it is now one of the, if not the largest retailer in the world. That family is worth not millions, billions and billions of dollars. They have made money from the American public, hand over fist for any number of years. Every single member of the Walton family is fabulously wealthy.
Couldn't they say, even though this 3-month promise has expired, we are going to continue?
No, they couldn't say that. Of course not. There are pockets to be lined with ill-gotten gains.
They don't care where the money comes from.
COVID precautions at colleges. Utah schools are preparing for spring semester, and they're still planning on in-person classes. So, they say they're going to try. They're instituting as many protocols as they can, but I think they're still not saying masks are absolutely required. They're encouraging their students.
They're in
to
Salt
wear
Lake
them.
City.
Salt Lake City School District. We'll ask Mayor Mendenhall about that coming up. Listen, this is a weird story. I saw this morning. I thought, what? Sheriff's deputy, and there are kind of gaps in it. So, Sheriff's deputy Marina Billings has been placed on administrative leave. She is an Idaho sheriff's deputy. She has been charged in connection with the death of a decorated speed skater in Cottonwood Heights, Utah. Marina Billings and her husband Robert are accused of exploiting and contributing to the death of 68-year-old Boris Lycan. Police said that Mr. Lycan died from mad cow disease, and they are unsure if the couple intentionally sickened him.
Really?
But friends said they noticed Mr. Lycan becoming ill after he met Marina Billings online on a Russian community website. The two of them started dating, and she moved in with Mr. Lycan at his home in Cottonwood Heights. At least at first, Mr. Lycan didn't know that Marina Billings, again, she's a sheriff's deputy in Idaho, He didn't know that she was married, according to police. Investigators now believe the couple was trying to take advantage of Mr. Lycan by getting him to sign a will that would name Marina Billings as the owner of his house as his health was deteriorating. Marina Billings was hired in July of 2014 as a booking deputy. So they've placed her on administrative leave in Idaho, but they don't. I mean, the suspicion is they somehow infected him with mad cow disease, which is it deteriorates your mental state kind of slowly.
Quickly. No,
Oh, is it quickly?
Yeah, it happens quickly.
Well, that's what they suspect happened. Isn't that bizarre?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, quickly, we'll go a couple of other quick stories here. I liked this headline, Scientists Defy God and Teach Goldfish to Drive. Documented in a report published in February 2022 issue coming up in the peer-reviewed journal, researchers at Ben Gurion University in Israel set out to unpack how well goldfish can navigate terrestrial environments when tasked with the right tools. They created a small camera-equipped goldfish tank on wheels, which they call an FOV. And they put 6 goldfish in it, one at a time. Over a number of 30-minute sessions, they pointed the device toward a visual target and rewarded the fish with food each time they reached it. They recorded the number of times the fish hit the target, how long it took, and how far the fish traveled along the way. Incredibly, the goldfish seemingly took to their new ability to drive on land. Videos of the session shared by study co-authors, and where they were met with an array of dad jokes about fish learning to drive, of course. But apparently the fish were able to avoid dead ends, correct inaccuracies over the course of the trials. So something about how they move in the tank causes the vehicle to move, and they were able to guide it toward the target because they'd been rewarded with food.
So what's your excuse for driving poorly, Karen? Huh?
That's right.
Yeah, were these boy fish or girl fish? I'd like to know.
And Gina, you'll be excited to know that KFC is introducing a vegan fried chicken. It's not.
Why would I be excited to know that?
Because I know you're trying to give up meat.
Yes.
This is a
what? No.
But to KFC's credit, they're not calling it fried chicken. They're calling
it's not.
They're calling it Beyond Fried Chicken.
Why go beyond chicken when chicken is fine? You don't have to go beyond chicken. Just chicken.
Gina,
I know Katie can't do it.
One day we're going to run out of chickens.
Hey, I'm middle-aged. It'll happen when I'm gone. My kids will have to deal with not having meat. I can have meat. That's my kids' problem.
All right. Weather, traffic.
So we have the rain-snow mix again today, which will be tapering off by this afternoon. Rain down in the valley, snow up in the higher elevations, low 40s for a high today. And it'll clear up actually tomorrow. Will be partly sunny and a little bit warmer, and then more rain and snow likely Friday night into Saturday. Traffic up to Ogden. It's a car versus pole. There are lines down, power's out, extraction required due to the victim being trapped in the vehicle. This is a power outage. Looks like 8th West Harrisville Road is where that incident is being reported. We also have delays I-80 eastbound between 13th and 23rd East due to a vehicle blocking the right lane at 23rd East. Crash southbound SR 201 80th West in Magna, the right shoulder affected there. And let's see, let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything there. No, but if you see something, you're welcome to text us and let us know. Just make sure it's safe when you do that, 33986.
All right.
Okay, here we go with boner candidate number 3. But I'm Brandon, that's my name, gall darn it. Well, NASCAR has hit the brakes on a cryptocurrency sponsorship deal recently announced by driver Brandon Brown due to its ties to the anti-Joe Biden slogan, Let's Go Brandon. Brandon's LGB coin sponsorship was rejected by NASCAR executives on Tuesday, with this final decision coming 2 months after Mr. Brandon Brown and his racing team were told in person that the slogan would not be permitted in any car paint scheme or sponsorship. A NASCAR representative confirmed that to Huffington Post on Wednesday. The racing company reportedly blamed a NASCAR employee for greenlighting Mr. Brown's deal with cryptocurrency meme coin LBG Coin, an acronym for Let's Go Brandon Coin.
Because just any employee can approve that. Yeah.
Without proper authority. Now, Brandon Brown's win at the Talladega Superspeedway this past fall inadvertently created the slogan, the slur for Joe Biden. Though he later said he didn't want to be involved in politics, Brandon Brown last week announced, well, I'm going to have them sponsor my car so I can put Let's Go Brandon on my car. Nope, you can't do it.
Yeah, too late.
But for being a turd, he's nominated as boner candidate number 3. But I'm Brandon. That's my name, gall darn it.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was something.
It was so
wait a
long
minute.
ago. It was so
Yeah,
long.
no, I just have to go up here. Boner candidate number 1 was, you're just creating a new crop of mucus. TikTok fad of, if you got a stuffed up nose, you put raw garlic cloves in your nostrils. No, no, no. Boner candidate number 2, not funny. Somebody in Hurricane, Utah, changing street signs around. This is dangerous and could cause an accident. And boner candidate number 3, but I'm Brandon. That's my name, gall darn it.
Okay. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome, where it will wait, because round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there, send it to Boner Dome, where they will both wait until 9:20. And that's when we'll take those 2 candidates, put them against each other, and you'll decide Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, this is round 1. Send it forward. Let's begin the process. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy way to do it. Another way is just to call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 6, 2021, and vote there, okay? You have until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round 1. Vote. All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney,
yes.
Who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is
exactly.
like this
In
giant...
what movie
in
is it?
Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot
Just coming out this summer.
that destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and in this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down?
No, I asked because, you know, they
or
are
boyfriends.
Or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't
boyfriends.
Listen,
they're on the computer.
You
all
take a girl,
day.
you take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end, wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was
working.
working.
That's all I'm
insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl?
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all.
Good Ogden girl. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
Close, yeah.
Almost.
You know, it sounds to me like if this is what you're going to do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true. And I know even up at the U, they have those programs available.
Mhm.
And it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question without getting too political. How is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was
We're
my
gonna
next
have the
question. Where's
holodeck.
my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it. So,
all right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. It says, do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and
Yeah,
like
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
architecture? Don't you
Yeah,
need what I mean?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney @gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday, you know.
Right, I'll stop by.
All right.
There are lots of broadcasters all over the country.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they picked him to be in the prime times. They could have anybody in the country, and they picked him.
Because he will follow marching orders.
I guess.
Well, he's a genius.
Yeah. Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by, let's see. I had a sandwich from Moochie's, a sandwich.
Oh, nice. And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch weekends till 3 p.m. Enjoy their heated patio, live music 4 nights a week, or watch your favorite sports. Gracie's located at the corner of Broadway and West Temple, 21 and older only.
All right, we had a boner candidate number one, which was you're just creating a new crop of mucus. People who are stupid enough to put raw garlic cloves in their nostrils in an attempt to decongest themselves. Boner candidate number two, not funny. Someone switching street signs in Hurricane, Utah. This dangerous. It could cause accidents and hurt people. And boner candidate number three, but I'm Brandon. That's my name, gall darn it. NASCAR driver Brandon Brown, the one who started the whole "Let's Go Brandon" slur thing to begin with, or he was directly involved in it. Well, he wanted to have "Let's Go Brandon" put on his car and his costume and all of that stuff. But
No.
It isn't about you anymore, honey. Sorry.
They said no.
It never really was.
It never was, yeah.
So let's see the winner. It's boner candidate number three, but I'm Brandon. That's my name, gall darn it.
There you go. Okay, that's the winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. Round two comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. Another winner is had there. Both winners sent to Boner Dome. 9:20 this morning is when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. All right, let's get Mayor Mendenhall on the phone.
Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall. Good morning, Madam Mayor. Are you there?
And good morning to you. I am here.
Let's just get right into it because you've completed, how long have you been mayor now? A year and some months?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been 2 years now. And you were talking...
And I try to forget that first year. Yeah, that first year was it 10? It might have been 10.
Well, I heard you refer to that year as a rager. It was, yes.
My friends who really know what a rager is let me know that I was misusing that word by calling 2020 a rager, but I don't have that many good times, so the word works for me.
Well, so as you 2 years of, all of the, what you meant by that is you have had to face a lot of problems, particularly in the first year, earthquakes and COVID and air pollution and violence in the streets and so forth and so on. What's been the biggest challenge?
Homelessness.
Homelessness.
Hands down.
Mm-hmm. Mayor Mendenhall, can you move to a different location or something? Your phone is real bubbly.
Yeah.
There we
Am
go.
I sounding clear to you?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Because on COVID, we have, the state has $1 billion coming from federal government. The city and the county, we get millions of dollars in the rescue plan dollars. We've had support from national, local levels at the cities to support our local businesses and get good health information, et cetera. The earthquake, there's even support for that out there. People come to our aid, and when we had the riotous protest on May 30th of 2020, we had dozens of police departments and jurisdictions come to help our city out and come to help us clean up after. But when it comes to homelessness, there's very little shared responsibility, recognition even of the need for shared responsibility, and even less funding for us to do the humanitarian work that actually isn't any single city's to do, but is thrust on the city's shoulders by a lack of responsibility.
Yeah.
It's just so. I was driving up for Second South, I guess it is, or First South, where the old police building used to be. Is that First South? And there's a lot of homeless people around that now, and they actually had campfires burning, which I thought, well, that's dangerous, but just to keep warm on the streets, and it's
right.
I don't know. It's sad to see.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It really is. And it's not like winter is a surprise to the state of Utah. And the federal government and the state government designate the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness for our county as the entity to both come up with a plan for winter shelter, and they receive the funding to do it. And you've heard in the news over many weeks lately that the former Ramada Inn on North Temple has been selected by that organization. The Road Home's going to run it. They don't have enough staff to open the doors and operate it. And we know about labor shortages in every market, in every industry, really. But this is a human tragedy that we're watching happen. And it's the middle of January nearly, and we still don't have winter shelter open. And it's just totally unacceptable.
Yeah. What about the tiny home project that you've been championing? Is that coming along at all?
It is coming along. They went through the planning. They're going through the public process to rezone the piece of property that the city owns to be able to put housing on it. And they had a favorable thumbs-up recommendation from our planning commission. Now their next step is to go before our city council. We're hoping that they'll be able to get on that calendar this month in January, and the city council ultimately decides if that property can be used for that. At that point, we hope to start seeing tiny homes being built. We have a lot of partners with the Other Side Academy, which will operate as the Other Side Village in this, and house builders, schools who want to help us put homes together. And it's going to be, I think, a turning point for the way that we offer permanent home shelter options to people who are saying no to those kind of shelter options in the community sense now.
Is there anything that you want to point to or talk about? I really like that concept you talked about when you were it was an article, I think, in the Deseret News, and you talked about stripping away things. You want to talk about that, or whatever you'd like to talk about for the last couple of minutes here?
Well, I can't. I mean, the COVID numbers are at the top of my mind, and then that bounces quickly for me to the year anniversary that today is of the insurrection in Washington, D.C. I know President Biden, I think, is addressing the nation as we speak, but the divide in our country that has been fanned by a lot of things over the last really 5 years, I think stoked by our former president, not built or constructed by him, but inflamed by him. And now we've perpetuated that into the rhetoric and really the decisions people are making around this pandemic. I think it's a complete tragedy that we have still dozens of people dying over the course of the last couple of weeks and 7,200 people positive yesterday. So it's not like we don't know what to do. Get your vaccine, get boosted, take the politics out of this, and bring the grace back to our society that makes America wonderful. It's that we can disagree, but we know that our collective path forward is the most important thing that we need to do. We need to take care of each other. So take the politics out of this, and let's start healing from this pandemic and stop the heartbreak of people dying in our community.
Did anyone in your past ever try to take the relentless optimism that you have away from you?
I am plenty pessimistic, Bill.
Well,
I grew up. I lost my father as a young teen, and grew up with a single mother and a tiny family. And you just have to learn how to see that there is hope for tomorrow, and then how the hell you're going to get there. Yeah. I think that's why I love my job, because the challenges never stop or change, but we have to keep plotting a course toward a better future.
Well, our chat room wanted to pass along this. Tell the mayor she was great on TV during the Rose Bowl parade.
That's a once in a lifetime. Thank you. It was fun to represent Utah for just a half a second.
All right. Thanks for doing what you do, and we'll talk to you again. Stay safe, Mayor Mendenhall.
Thanks. You stay safe. Take care. Bye.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Still quite a bit of delay. I-80 eastbound between 13th and 23rd East. That seems to be the major issue. Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see anything else happening. Just a reminder, there is a road closure if you're trying to get to Wyoming. Why would you want to do that? Maybe it's your job. You have to get there. The border closed due to weather between I-80 and the Utah.
Can you
Wyoming
go around the
border.
long way? I guess you go around
probably,
the long way. Yeah.
Probably. But again, why would you? Go get yourself a hot breakfast.
Stay home.
Go get a hot breakfast.
You know, doesn't that sound good?
That's your sign off, by the way, today.
Go get yourself a hot
I want a hot breakfast.
Yeah, you don't want to drive through Wyoming. That's traffic.
Thank you very much. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means reviewing movies. He's got some surprise Sean Means 4-star reviews coming up.
Whoa.
I know. He doesn't do that often. We'll have that for you after these. KXRK Provo.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Grandma, why do we have to drive all the way up from Salem to Orem just to go to the Training Table restaurant?
Because they have the cheese fries, you stupid little turd.
Grandma.
It's worth the 20-mile drive for the cheese fries.
Yeah, worth it to you. You don't have to drive.
Well, what did you say?
I said that those cheese fries seem to make you thrive. That's what I said.
Of course they do. Cheese fries have all the nutrients we old people need. And they're easy to digest, too.
Oh,
when those rat bastards down home get the cheese fries to their burger joint, maybe we'll eat at home.
Grandma, did you bring your stool softeners?
Just, you never mind about my stool softeners. Just get on the damn phone and order the cheese fries.
Okay.
Oh, and about 10 of them cups of dipping sauce.
Grandma, can I order a burger for myself?
Well, if you've got the money to pay for it, what do you think I am, Zion's First National Bank?
No, I don't.
Stupid little turd.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Hi, welcome to the training table. Can I take your order, please?
Well, sure. Bill? Bill, is that you?
Just a minute.
Hello?
Hello, welcome to the training table. May I take your order, please?
Hey, what happened to the guy I was just talking to?
Guy?
Wait a minute. Bill, this is you, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Jenny. Jenny Parsons. Who are you?
Oh, come on. Like you don't know that I'm Kerry Jackson, your partner on X96's Radio from Hell show.
Oh, you're Kerry Jackson? Oh, I've heard of you and the Radio from Hell show, too. Oh, I love your partner, Bill Allred.
Yeah.
He's so handsome and kind and generous and thin, too.
Yeah, right.
Oh, and he's so much funnier than you.
All right, listen, Allred, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but I could just send Grandma back in the kitchen to kick your ass.
I'm not kicking anybody's ass until I get my cheese fries. You stupid little turd.
Okay, we do have round two of your boners coming up. Big Boy News and Opinioendo all on the way. And we're waiting for Sean to stroll into the studio.
Well, let me read a sponsor. How about
Because we're surprisingly on time right now. So.
Didn't get what you wanted this holiday season? Trade your unwanted restaurant or store gift cards for awesome loot at the Nerd Store or Dr. Volt's. Conditions apply. Ask an employee for details.
All right. Let's see. He is here? Okay. Well, then we have a special introduction here. You ready? Go ahead, Bill.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Radio from Hell is proud to introduce to you the brand new culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune, a man who will oversee all of the arts, culture, entertainment, and food coverage for the paper. The one, the only, Sean Patrick Means. Hi, Sean.
Hello.
How's it going? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you for the fanfare.
It's
the
it's
culture
kinda cool.
editor. Yeah,
Culture
that's
editor,
great.
Yes.
And
New job.
And you'll still write movie reviews at moviecricket.net.
That's the plan.
Okay.
Oh.
We'll see how much sleep I get in the coming weeks.
Oh, yeah, that's
It's a big
true.
job.
Yep.
There's a lot of culture to cover in
There's a
Utah.
lot of culture to cover. Yes.
A lot of food.
Uh-huh.
All right, Sean, what do we got going here?
Well, sorry, a couple studio movies that I didn't get to review this week because the schedule and whatnot. Not my schedule, not the studio's. One is the 355. This is an action movie about international spies and they're women. That's the marketing campaign.
Oh, we were just talking about that. It's Jessica Chastain.
Jessica
and
Chastain,
others.
Lupita Nyong'o, Dion Kruger, Penelope Cruz, Bing Fan, who's a big Chinese star. I might get to see it over the weekend. We'll see. And then the other is C for Me, This is a thriller about a blind former skier who's cat-sitting in a secluded mountain mansion, and then robbers break in.
That sounds terrible.
I don't know. Let's see. I might get to that one as well. I don't know.
All right.
So everything I got this week is at the Broadway.
Okay.
We will start with Torn. This is a documentary about Alex Lowe, probably one of the most famous mountain climbers ever. He died in 1999 in an avalanche in the Tibetan Himalayas. His climbing partner, Conrad Anker, survived the avalanche, and he came home. He vowed to Lowe's widow, Jenny, that he would do everything he could to help her and her 3 sons.
And he did.
And he did. Well, a year later, they got married. And at which...
Well, it's easier to help when you're in the house.
Well, he was in the house already, but because he just moved in basically when he got back. That became a major sort of soap opera thing in the world of climbing. So this movie is directed by the Max Lowe, who is the oldest son of Alex. And right off the bat, one of the brothers asks, "Why do you want to be doing this?" So it's about their dad as a climber, and it's also about the trauma of losing him and the sort of soap opera that grew out of their mom getting remarried. It's a strong documentary. Max gets good interviews from his brothers and his mom, and from Anchor, and the footage of Alex Lowe in his day is amazing. I'm giving it 3 stars. Torn is the name of it. It's playing at the Broadway, and if you go to the 7:10 p.m. screening tomorrow, Friday, at the Broadway, the director, Max Lowe, will be there in person for a Q&A.
Oh,
after the
okay.
show.
All right.
So.
All right, that's Friday.
Yep.
Next.
Okay, well, let's go to, what do you want to do next?
A Hero. Yes.
Okay.
This is the latest movie from the Iranian director Asghar Farhadi. His last 2 Iranian movies won the Oscar for Best International Film, The Salesman and A Separation. So he's good. He's really good. The story starts with Rahim, who's in debtor's prison. He has a plan to get out. His girlfriend on the outside found a handbag that had some gold coins in it, and they're going to use those to pay off the guy that Rahim owes, at least half of it, and then beg the guy to drop the charges so he can get out of prison and get a job and pay off the rest. But Rahim has an attack of conscience and decides he doesn't want to use the gold, so he puts out a flyer to find the owner of the handbag. And that good deed gets noticed by the officials at Rahim's prison, who call the newspaper and the TV station. So soon Rahim is a media sensation, a feel-good story, but there are holes in the story for some very human and very understandable reasons, and things start to fall apart.
Okay.
So yeah, this is a very human scale drama, and it is very much about people who are not all good or all bad, just people being people.
Yeah.
Some of the elements are exclusive to Iran. We don't really have debtor's prison anymore, although some people might. I was gonna say some people might count cash bail, and probably maybe we should.
Yeah.
But most of it feels like something that could happen to anybody anywhere. Is A Hero, 4 stars. This is a really just outstanding film, and it's at the Broadway.
4 stars for Hero. So we're
Yes.
done, right? There couldn't be 2 4-star movies on a same day with Sean Means.
It never happened.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
Drive My Car. This is from Japan. This movie's getting acclaim all over the place. Both in New York and LA critics groups named it the best movie of the year.
Wow.
And I think it wound up being like number 2 or number 3 on my list. I have to go back and check. This is about a theater director in Tokyo, goes to Hiroshima to direct a production of Uncle Vanya, the famously sad play by
Chekhov.
Anton Chekhov. Yes.
Yeah.
He gets assigned a driver while he's there, a young woman, to drive him around from his hotel to the theater and back. But it messes with his process, because part of his process is that while he's working on a play, he's driving around and listening to a cassette of the play's dialogue recorded by his wife, so he can practice the lines.
Okay.
Here's the thing: with this particular play and this particular tape, the tape is at least 2 years old because his wife died.
Oh.
And they had what appears in the beginning of the movie to be a very loving marriage, but he found out just before she died that she was having an affair with a TV actor, and they never got to talk about it before she suddenly died. So Uncle Vanya, this sad Russian play, is all about grief and sadness and suicide and all this stuff. And that turns out to be sort of a really interesting way for our guy to confront the feelings about his wife. Another reason he has to confront them is because one of the people who auditions in the play is that TV actor. So,
Does he know that he knows?
no, he does not.
Let the play say the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't met. Now, here's something that's important I have not mentioned yet. This movie is 3 hours long.
Oh,
Whoa.
you might
have
want
a
to.
4-star, 3
Hang
hours?
on. And the credits start about 40 minutes in, which is when you realize that everything you've seen previously, which is like right up to when the wife dies, that's the prologue.
Oh,
And you may think, do I need 3 hours of grief and sadness? And I'm saying yes, you do.
Okay.
Because this movie unfolds so beautifully, so naturally, and has so much to say about love and loss, and also about the creative process. There's an interesting thing here that doesn't get commented on, but it's just really interesting that this is an international production, and so you have actors from Korea and China and Japan and so on, and all working together, and they're each speaking their dialogue in their own language.
really? Wow.
And because they rehearse and everything, it's very natural. It comes off naturally. And then above the stage, there's a screen with super titles in several languages simultaneously. So if you're Chinese, you can follow the Chinese lines. If you can follow, and so on. And that's not commented on, but it's just such a fascinating way to work. And there's even one actress in this movie, one actress in the play, who speaks in Korean Sign Language.
Huh.
And she winds up being the one who delivers sort of the final message of the movie, and it's just so heartbreakingly beautiful when it happens.
Okay.
So the movie needs that time to sort of unfold, and the viewer, I think, comes to appreciate that. But yeah, you do have to put in the time here. You do have to put in the work a bit. So,
I'm tired just listening to the review.
No, it is such a beautiful movie.
Okay.
Drive My Car. It's at the Broadway, and yeah, 4 stars.
4 stars.
Oh, man. Okay.
For Drive My Car. Wow.
This sometimes happens at the beginning of the year because we've got all the stuff all the holdover stuff from for award season and so on.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And you
Well,
get
all
and you get movies getting dumped like the 355. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sean. What do we got next week?
Next week we have the new Scream movie.
Uh-oh.
Nev Campbell, Courtney Cox, David Arquette, the gang's back, along with a whole bunch of new young people to get killed.
Oh.
Yes, we have our Ghostface Killer tattoo in the show. I don't know if they're showing it to us.
I have not watched any of the trailers because I'm that person, and I am so excited for this movie.
Katie, do you need the day off? Is this a holiday for you?
No, because
holy day of obligation.
Unless I rent out a theater, I'm not going to be seeing it anytime soon.
Yeah.
Which I still might do with my friends because it was
Like I
worth
said,
it.
you might as well. It's worth it. If you
We
just
did
get,
it for Spider-Man. It was great.
You see, and I should have for Spider-Man, but there you go.
The
That's
oth-
what you should do.
The other one next week is we have a 4th Hotel Transylvania movie.
Oh my God.
Adam Sandler isn't even doing the voice anymore. It's somebody
What?
else.
Really?
Yeah. No, it's somebody
Even
else
he's
now.
tired of
Even
it.
he, and
wow,
it was a lazy gig for him to begin with, and now it's even, this is going to be on Amazon Prime because Sony basically sold it off, and so
one thing that Sean is neglecting to mention: this Hotel Transylvania is 3 hours long.
It's about loss.
Subjectively, yes. Also, last week, while you all were gone, we also got The Tragedy of Macbeth in theaters with Denzel Washington and Frances McDormand.
Did you see it?
Yes. I gave it 3.5. It's very cool. It's all black and white, narrow screen, eerie, impressionist sort of thing. It looks like an old silent movie in that sort of way. And it was all filmed on a soundstage in Burbank. So it's weird to see this like eerie, otherworldly sort of thing, and some people talking about witches and so on, and then you could realize that they could step out the door and walk across the street to a smash burger.
It's and it's just one of the Coens. This is the first time that they've kind of split up.
Yeah.
It's
Joel
Coen.
directing and flying and wrote the screenplay and flying solo without Ethan for the first time. I think Ethan is basically kind of retired.
Really?
Yep.
And Joel is Francis's husband.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's theaters only right now?
That is currently theaters only. Next week on the 14th, it will be on Apple Plus TV.
That's what I
Or
saw.
Apple TV Plus.
God, I can't wait to see it. I love Macbeth. That's a great play. All right. Thank you, Sean Means,
Thank you.
the new culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune. Oh, I got my Wednesday edition of the Salt Lake Tribune yesterday.
Yep, we're 2 a week now.
All right. Thank you,
All right,
Sean.
thank you.
Right.
Traffic, please.
Friend of the program says accident westbound 90th South, 34th West, right before Bangor Highway in front of Jordan Valley Hospital and Salt Lake Community College. Thank you for sending that. And actually, three. That's three different people have sent that one in. You're all stuck there. Look at the car next to you. It's probably a Radio from Hell listener. Give them a little wave. They're right there with you. Let me see if there's anything else going on. Looks like there's still that slowage, I-80 eastbound between 13th and 23rd East, still causing some issues. And anything else you're seeing, please text it to us, 33986.
We're going to go for another round of boners here. And here are the candidates you'll consider. Boner candidate number 1, I'll be danged if he didn't look half bad. Boner candidate number 2, pants the ref, pants the ref. And boner candidate number 3, I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, time's up, mother effers.
Jeez.
Boners, round 2, coming up along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. After these, X96.
Now, did you find the Mitt Romney?
I did find the Mitt Romney.
All right, let me just read to you briefly where he did this. It was during a surprise appearance at a dinner this week.
Did he pop out of a cake?
For Washington, D.C. radio and television reporters, his top 10 list of reasons why he dropped out of the race for the White House earlier this year.
Oh, now I found the David Letterman. Is this a different thing that
Well,
you're
it says
talking
Romney. It says here Romney offered the David Letterman style list, written with the help of several campaign advisors at the Radio and Television Correspondents Annual Awards dinner Wednesday night. A video of the appearance is available on YouTube.
Now, see, I've got the David Letterman. I don't know if this is the same thing.
Why don't you do it, and I'll see if that's
I also
the same
have
thing.
the other one, too. So.
Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Well, here you have it. As topical as though torn from today's headline. Exactly right. Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Here we go, number 10. Harsh Midwest weather was murder on his split ends. Number 9.
Is that?
This is not the Mitt Romney one. This is Letterman's, but let's see which one is funnier.
Okay.
Wants to devote more time to his rap persona, P. Mitty. P. Mitty. Number 8. Polls show public doesn't want a president who looks like a casino greeter.
That's good. That's
good. Number 7, just couldn't compete with the Ron Paul juggernaut. Number 6.
That's funny.
Unveiling a new line of honey-roasted Rom Nuts. What? What? What?
Honey roasted Rom
Honey-roasted Rom Nuts. I don't know what's the matter with the guy. Number 5, that bastard Zogby had it in for him. Number 4, apparently America's not ready for a white male president. Number 3.
That's good. That's a good one.
Number 3. No, number 3, a writer suffering from Mitt withdrawal. Number 2, there was that little problem of nobody voting for him. And the number 1 reason Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race, lost all of his money betting on the Patriots.
There you go.
Okay, it's 8:19 right now. Everybody all right?
You keep asking that.
Yeah, it's a wellness check.
I just saw the Tribune actually just posted a interview with a state epidemiologist who says the state's in for a really bad few weeks to a couple of months, and then things should be better. Because that's kind of what's happening in other countries and stuff, but a really bad few weeks to couple of months.
When is our when are our leaders going to come out and start making some public statements about things?
I think it's time to start pulling back the kids from activities. I think it's time to start. We need to go back to that stuff.
See, Bill, you're so ridiculous. You're asking them to govern. They're not in this to govern.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
8:20. Let's get to round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. I say chance because if it wins here, yes, it's the winner of round 2, but it'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting, which we've already done. We'll find that out, who is boner of the day at 9:20, but we can't do that until we get a winner from this round 2 to send forward to Bonerdom. So here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You have a lot of cares and worries now that need toting around. You put them in the Radio from Hell tote bag. You can carry all of those worries with you.
So you're saying pack up your troubles in your old Radio from Hell tote bag and smile, brother, smile?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
That's kind of what I was saying.
I see. Well, here we go. Boner candidate number 1. Well, dang, if he didn't look half bad. A Florida man, yes, a Florida man, has been arrested after disguising himself as a woman and carrying out a pair of armed gas station robberies. John M. Graham wore a woman's black wig, black fishnet stockings, knee-high boots, a hat, sunglasses, a face mask, a dress, a skirt when he entered a Circle K in DeBary just before 3 a.m., held the clerk at gunpoint, demanded cigarettes and cash, got it. A responding deputy noticed a suspicious U-Haul van heading away from that town in Seminole County, or toward Seminole County, alerted officers to be on the lookout. Graham carried out a second armed robbery wearing the wig, the skirt, the fishnets, the thigh-high or the knee-high boots. Yeah, they got him, though. They found him. And he's been arrested and he's been held in jail for armed robbery. But, damn if he didn't look half bad. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Jeez, this is Pants the Ref. Pants the Ref. Did you see this story?
No.
A top Republican state lawmaker in Tennessee has apologized. I'm really sorry that I did this. After attempting to pull down the pants of a referee at his son's high school basketball game.
Hold it.
Representative Jeremy, well, this is the way we do in Tennessee. Representative Jeremy Folsom, the State House Republican Caucus chair, said in a statement yesterday, I acted like a fool. I lost my temper at a ref. For years, I thought how wrong it is when a parent loses their temper at a sporting event, he wrote in a note. It's not Christian, and it's not mature, and it's embarrassing to the child, and I've always said that. It's always been my thought. Well, a video of the incident shows Representative Felsen appearing to shout and point his finger at a referee and then start to try to pants him.
See, this is where the disconnect happens. Yes, you can be angry at the ref. Maybe even from the stands, yell at the ref. It's when you walk away from the stands toward the playing field, you have that second or two to think, maybe I shouldn't do this. But no, he went further. He went further and tried to pants the ref.
Pants the ref. Pants the ref.
and
Boner
do you-
candidate number 2.
Do you think that that's going to work? That's where my mind always. Do you think that? Sorry,
everyone has seen me in my underwear. I'll change the call.
But-
terribly sorry.
But what the two of you don't seem to realize is Representative Folsom was not thinking. He was not thinking.
Okay.
You have plenty of opportunity to go. Yeah, this is a bad idea.
Sure. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. I love this one. I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers!"
I'm glad you found this one. This is Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Come in from the cold and warm up with some of your favorite rock bands like U2, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and more. Take a visual and acoustic trip in the Dome at Clark Planetarium every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
I'm sorry that I didn't have a chance to watch this video yet, but there's a video posted Monday, and it features, sweet little Muppet Elmo.
Mm-hmm.
And he just loses his S
About what?
when his best friend Zoe offers a cookie to her pet Rocco, instead of to him. No, wait, Elmo. Rocco says that he wants the oatmeal raisin cookie, Zoe says in the short clip, after Elmo had expressed interest in eating the oatmeal raisin cookie. Rocco, Elmo says. Rocco is a rock. Zoe, Rocco won't know the difference. After Zoe attempts to explain that Rocco is somehow a sentient chunk of earth with an apparent sweet tooth, Elmo goes off his rocker. Have you got it there?
Come on, baby kitty, let's play. Hey, Rocco, I got your hat. Rocco? Elmo, where's Rocco? Oh, he's over there.
This is apparently a compilation of the times that Elmo has gotten upset about the rock, apparently. This has happened more than once, apparently.
That's okay, Gabby. Elmo will just get this one. No, wait, Elmo.
Here we go.
Rocco says that he wants the oatmeal raisin cookie. Rocco's a rock, Zoe. Rocco won't know the difference. Yes, he will. You can't have that cookie, Elmo. Rocco wants to eat it. How? How is Rocco going to eat that cookie, Zoe? Tell Elmo. Rocco doesn't even have a mouth. Rocco's just a rock. Rocco's not alive.
Wow.
Other forget sometimes.
Elmo just loses
Tell
it.
Rocco he shouldn't talk with his mouth full.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. The Muppets have changed since
What was the lesson that was learned there? I'm curious.
I don't know.
All right.
All right. So let's see. Health insurance reimbursements for at-home COVID tests will start next week, the White House said. President, so at-home reimbursements, they're not making them free. You have to, you'll have to send in receipts and.
Which is great if you have insurance.
Yeah.
If you don't, well.
President Emmanuel Macron said France should make life miserable for people who are unvaccinated. And he used some pretty salty language too. He didn't. I mean, he swore in French, which is not pleasant. A variant found in France, B1642, is not of concern. The WHO said. Don't worry about it. It's just a little thing, and it's going to go away. The Omicron variant continues to shatter records in the United States. Yesterday, the country recorded a staggering 885,000 cases, and experts say the peak is still weeks away. We're learning more about the new variant, and so far it seems to spread faster but cause less severe illness than the previous variants. It also leads to fewer hospitalizations and deaths, if that's any consolation to you.
What about variant BR549? What about that one?
I don't know.
Is that bad?
So Joe, that's a reference to junior samples and
That's
hee-haw. So, Gina, that reference was lost on everyone. It was lost on everyone, and I only know it because you and Carrie explained it to me one time.
It didn't go past me, but I didn't also at the same time acknowledge it.
Thursday marks 1 year since the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. And Democrats are observing the anniversary with tributes at the building. That's the symbol of American democracy. The events in Washington include a moment of silence, a panel discussion with historians, firsthand testimonies from lawmakers, and a prayer vigil on the Capitol steps. President Biden, Vice President Harris, Nancy Pelosi making remarks at the Capitol, where the White House says the president will, or has now, I think, address the singular responsibility that former President Donald Trump had for, quote, the chaos and carnage witnessed at the Capitol, and he will commemorate law enforcement officers who protected the lives of lawmakers last year. No Republicans are expected to attend the ceremony.
Of course not.
Biden, in his most forceful remarks yet, called out former President Trump without using his name, but it was clear who he was talking talking about, for weaving what he called a web of lies around the 2020 election and attacking American democracy as no leader has ever done before. Quote, we must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie, Biden said. And here's the truth. The former president of the United States of America has created a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest is more important than the country's interest and America's interest. And his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution.
Yep,
he can't accept that he lost. He can't accept that he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors, and state officials, and every battleground state said. They all said he lost.
There's no evidence, zero evidence.
But do a poll of Republican voters, and they will say if there's a secret cabal, there's a conspiracy, they, you know.
So here, this. A proposed initiative on the ballot here in Utah would eliminate voting by mail.
Why?
And return the state to in-person paper balloting on Election Day. That would carry a very hefty price tag, according to a fiscal analysis of the measure. The Secure Vote Utah Ballot Initiative. We've got to secure the vote.
We have it. We've done it for a long time. It works fine. There's no problems.
It aims to end mail-in balloting in favor of voters casting paper ballots at individual polling places, with those votes being counted on Election Day. If passed, there would be no more early voting, and casting absentee ballots would only be allowed under certain circumstances. The fiscal note for the initiative says returning to paper balloting, a method that's not been in widespread use since 1986, would cost local governments a total of $36.8 million in one-time costs and $19.2 million every single year thereafter. That's much more expensive than the current system.
But your fiscal conservative Republicans will say this is what they want to happen.
Weber County Clerk Ricky Hatch estimates going back would make elections 3 times more expensive.
And only certain people can vote, because you've got to be there on the day. And that only certain people can vote thing is what the Republicans want. I wonder who wrote this legislation for him, because he certainly didn't. He's not smart enough. What right-wing think tank did this for him?
And Spencer Cox should come out against this, because as lieutenant governor, he was in charge of elections for years here in the state. And he has said on our show and other places multiple times, our mail-in balloting works really, really well. It's a model for other states. They've come here and said, how do you do that so well? We want to do that. It works.
Here's how Spencer Cox hedges his bet on that.
Oh?
He has said on the record, I welcome an audit of our elections right now, because they're proposing doing an audit of the election that just passed here in Utah to try and prove I don't know what. I welcome an audit because it won't turn up anything, because our elections are safe and they should go ahead and audit. What he should say is, what are they talking about auditing the election? It was safe, it was sound, it was audited as it happened. No, they shouldn't do it.
And he should also say, don't bother with this legislation, I will veto it.
Won't do it.
He won't.
Here's the worst thing about the pandemic, as far as I'm concerned. It's causing prices to go up on things. And for the first time ever, Little Caesars has raised the price of their hot and ready pizza.
It's just $5, right?
No.
Oh, it's all.
They're jacking up the price of their $1 slices. They're jacking up the price of their $5 hot and ready pizza. The new and improved. So they're improving it. The hot and ready classic pepperoni pizza now featuring 33% more pepperoni, providing customers with, quote, more meat for their money. But the pizza itself costs more, up to $5.55 from $5, an 11% increase. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not stand for this.
If you think this is because of any presidency or sickness or anything, you're a fool. This was inevitable. There was no way that Little Caesars could continue with just $5 pizza.
Well, no, not with an attitude like you're expressing right now.
They would inevitably have to raise the price. They've been $5 for how long? It's inevitable.
I don't know how they have been able to do it for as long as they have.
Exactly.
All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, Real Salt Lake has new owners. This is news that's been pending for quite a while, and now it's official. Ryan Smith, so that's the guy that bought the Jazz. He's partnered up with David Blitzer, who owns a bunch of European teams, the Philadelphia 76ers, the New Jersey Devils. He knows his sports. And this is a good thing for RSL. These are sports fans. They're excited to be there. And because of the sports group that Smith owns, that means Dwayne Wade is going to own a little bit of RSL too, which is kind of which is kind of cool. So
all righty then.
People seem excited about this news, and I think it means good things for RSL in the future and for soccer in general in Utah in the future, because they're saying that they have the option to bring back the Royals, the women's team.
Oh, good.
And we would welcome them back with open arms.
Absolutely.
The Jazz won last night. They beat the Nuggets 115-109. That's your sports. Weather, it's rain-snow mix this morning, then clearing up by this evening. And we're warm down here in the valley, highs in the low 40s, which means we'll probably mostly see rain down here, but still seeing snow up in the higher elevations. And snow could be affecting your commute as well. If your commute is Trappers Loop, there's an accident at milepost 8 on Trappers Loop. We also have a crash eastbound I-80. This is in Lambs Canyon, milepost 138. It's affecting the right shoulder there. Weather issues have closed SR 92 and American Fork at milepost A13. And let's see. I'll check our message stream, because sometimes you folks send us in traffic, and we appreciate it when you do that. I see, still people dealing with that crash, 34th West, 90th South. A few different friends of the program are stuck in that. Thank you for sending in information about that. 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers!"
I'm so happy you found this one.
Jacob Chansley. The convicted January 6th rioter known as the QAnon shaman. You know, the guy with the big buffalo horns on his head and the tattoos on his bare torso. And he says now that, he was just trying to help during the insurrection.
Oh, that's nice.
Quote, "I actually tried to, on more than one occasion, calm the crowd down," he told Inside Edition, "but it just didn't work.
Sure.
Chansley also said that he regrets not doing more to keep the peace as supporters of former President Donald Trump attacked the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to block the certification of the 2020 election results. However, multiple videos and images show Jacob Chansley howling, chanting his way through the Capitol and inside the Senate chamber. He yelled at one time, "Time's up, mother effers." And he left a note on Vice President or then Vice President Mike Pence's desk that said, "It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming." Chansley was known for his frequent appearances at demonstrations and rallies, wearing face paint and his furry headdress with horns. Yet in his interview with Inside Edition, he blamed the media for turning him into the public face of the riot. His mother said he shouldn't be in prison because Donald Trump invited him to the Capitol.
Well, I agree with her on that.
Chansley has pleaded guilty to one felony count of obstruction of an official proceeding last year, sentenced to 41 months in prison. He is currently appealing that. Boner candidate.
And a lot of these people being charged with the Capitol situation, they're all doing the same thing. It's like, oh, no, I was caught up in herd mentality. I didn't know what was going on. It was just like a wave, and suddenly, and then they find footage of them saying things like "Time's up, mother effers," or beating the hell out of a cop, and then they go, "Oh, really? Here."
You know, though, to be fair too, Carrie, many of these people who have been fingered in this are like crying and saying, I didn't know what I was doing. I shouldn't have been there. I'm sorry. I will never attend another political rally again. And many of them seem to be legitimately contrite and shocked by their own behavior.
But more often than not, they're finding footage after they've said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing." There's footage of them beating the hell out of a cop or something like that. They're lying.
You didn't forget yourself when you did that.
Exactly.
Well, I'm just going by what a lot of people in the courtroom have said. They appear to be genuinely upset. Boner candidate number 3, I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers."
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, dang if he didn't look half bad. A Florida man disguising himself as a sexy woman to carry out a pair of armed robberies. Boner candidate number 2, pants the ref. A Tennessee Republican lawmaker losing his temper at his kid's ball game and attempting to pants the referee. And boner candidate number 3, I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers."
All right, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Winning here ensures it a spot in Boner Dome and also ensures that it will go up against the winner of round 1. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when we take our 2 winners and put them against each other, and that's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote. Right now, your vote is all about sending one of these 3 candidates forward to Boner Fight. This is round 2. You have 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. They'll take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Voting January 6, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. We've only got a few minutes here, so let's go. Let's get to voting. This is round 2. My question is, and this is for you parents, is I didn't know that they still did these.
Oh, yeah.
The daddy-daughter dance, and there's a mommy-son dance.
Yeah.
I didn't know they still did these.
Yeah.
These seem
No, they're sweet.
creepy.
No, they're sweet.
They're really
No,
I
it's
don't know.
just,
You're not watching Bates Motel one.
That's your problem. You're skewed with the Bates family.
well, they're I mean, they're
Because
just
Carrie,
meant
that's
to be,
all it is
Tell me,
a dance.
well, tell me what they.
They're- I mean,
What is it?
It's
Tell
just
me.
meant to be. It's meant to be an evening where father and daughter, who may not necessarily interact all the time, because the dad's at work and it's the mom who takes care of things, and so it's just so they just go to the dance, and there's punch and cookies.
It's cute.
Yeah.
You get dressed up, and it's a nice.
Why do you think it's
evening out.
creepy?
You don't think it sends a weird message?
No.
No.
Because you do the exact same activity with a boy. You know, the boy you're dating. It's the exact same activity, the prom, right?
Well, except it's
or the
except
harvest
there's
dance.
Except
or
there's a
whatever.
different intent.
And this is no different than
No, there's a different intent. If you're taking a girl to the prom, you'll want to after the prom get with her in the back seat of the car, and in the daddy-daughter dance, that never would even occur to you.
Well,
but
I mean, really.
No, Carrie. Okay, do you think this is cute?
All right.
When dads that have little girls and the little girl wants to have a little tea party, and she invites daddy to the tea party, and they say
That's. I'm not
Well,
getting laid at the end of a tea party.
Kids shouldn't be.
Well, it doesn't have to go there. It's
Well,
just
but that's what the dance is all
That's
about.
what's in Carrie's mind.
See, anytime I went to a high school dance, my goal at the end was to at least make out.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, Carrie, I went to lots of dances where that never happened.
Gina, that's
that's
you.
a bad example.
Gina, that's you. You're a bad
I
example.
just went to dances where it was just about the dance, and
no,
we went out to dinner, and that was
no,
the end of
no,
it.
Gina, the guy you were with, that was not what it was all
Not
about.
all guys think
Yes.
that way. Any
Yes,
dance
they do.
ever. That's the
yes.
purpose of going to a dance.
Yes.
No.
Okay, you see my point about the daddy-daughter.
No, because it's a daddy. It's not. It's the kid's dad, not
okay,
a
well,
date.
The real reason we should stop doing the daddy-daughter and the mommy-son is because this is the age of Disney. At least one of the parents are dead or divorced or something. At 8:48, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting brought to you in part by a glass of Zinfandel.
Okay.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
Well, boner candidate number 1, dang if he didn't look half bad. That'd be the guy in Florida who tried to disguise himself as a woman as he went about his armed robbery. Boner candidate number 2, pants the ref. Tennessee lawmaker at his son's basketball game. He didn't like what the referee was calling. He didn't care for the way it was being officiated, and he got very angry at the referee and tried to pants him before he realized what he was doing. And then so he went and started tugging on his pants, and then he realized what he was doing and went and walked off the court. And then boner candidate number 3, I tried to calm the crowd down by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers." Jacob Chansley, the QAnon shaman, as he is known. He claims he was just trying to quiet the crowd down.
Yeah.
No. Let's see. The winner, boy, it was close, really, between 2 and 3. Pants, the ref, made a very good showing, but by 17 votes, the winner was boner candidate number 3, the QAnon shaman.
There you go. That's your winner of round 2. It goes forward. It might be boner of the day. We'll find out at 9:20 when boner fight goes down. Before we get to Gerke, just a follow-up to your Elmo story.
Yeah.
Elmo has tweeted about this incident
about
with Rocco
Zoe and Rocco. Yeah.
Don't worry, everybody. Elmo and Zoe practiced sharing and are still best buds forever. Elmo loves you, Zoe. Ha, ha, ha. Elmo doesn't want to talk about Rocco. Okay. So there's the statement. He's still holding a grudge, but...
All right, but he loves Zoe anyway.
Yes, all right.
All right.
Is this sponsored, Gina?
Let's just dive right in.
All right.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gerke. Gerke. Radio from Hell on X96.
Yes, indeed. Salt Lake Tribune opinion columnist Robert Gerke. Good morning, Robert. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. Welcome back. Hope you had a good vacation.
Yeah, it was very nice. And we came back and went, geez, it's terrible out there, so we're broadcasting from home again.
Yeah, that's probably wise. Things are pretty grim, and they're going to get a lot worse over the next few days.
Robert, I don't know exactly what you want to talk about. I saw a column that you wrote about gerrymandering, which apparently designed to deprive people who are not of the LDS faith of their fair vote.
Yeah,
that's
they can get that specific, eh?
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, it's not necessarily. I'm not necessarily suggesting that the legislature went in and said we're going to draw these maps to favor LDS voters, but there's a clear correlation in all of the literature that the strongest predictor of partisan voting, whether you vote Democrat or Republican, is your religion. And so in carving up Democrats and Republicans, they ultimately, they ultimately end up carving LDS and non-LDS people. And so we've got 40+% of Utah, more than 53% of Salt Lake County that is not LDS, but in splitting Salt Lake County and in Summit County as well, the way they did, they pretty much guaranteed at the congressional level, at least, you're going to have 4 LDS members of Congress. And so,
see, I wanted to vote for somebody who was of the Church of Satan, and now I...
Well, I mean, you can vote for whoever you want, Bill.
but he won't have a chance to win now.
They won't have a chance to. They won't have a chance to win. I mean, and we've seen this over the past 100 years in this state. Only twice have we elected a member of Congress who isn't LDS, and that's going to continue for the next 10 years under these maps. And so there is an argument to be made, and I'm not saying that anybody's going to actually end up making this argument, but there is an argument to be made if you wanted to go to court and challenge this. We have a constitutional provision that says there's no religious test to hold office, and that the government can't establish a religion.
Mm-hmm.
And in setting up these districts to clearly favor LDS candidates, you've got a de facto establishment of religion, and you've got a religious test for people who might want to run for these seats.
Yeah.
Now, I talked to Better Boundaries. They're looking at potentially filing a lawsuit over the gerrymandered districts. They're doing a legal assessment right now. This is not something that they said they've looked at, and I think it would be a hard one for them to make just because of the optics of it. Politically, people are not going to. It's not going to sit well with people. But I think there is an argument to be made there.
Let's talk a little bit about this move to get rid of mail-in ballots, just to go back completely to paper balloting at local polling places. Does that have any chance of happening?
You know, I think it's a long shot because the signature gathering, as we've seen in the past, the signature gathering requirements are pretty steep. But, you know, I think we should talk about what is actually behind this, because these are the people who believe the election was stolen from them last time, even in Utah. And they want to get rid of not just ranked choice voting, but as you mentioned, they want to get rid of mail-in voting. You only have day of voting on paper ballots. They're counted by hand. It's absurd the hurdles they're going to make people jump through. They want to raise the voter ID requirements, things like that. They just want to make it harder for people to vote. People who don't agree with them, who don't have their same worldview.
Exactly.
And, you know, to the credit of Spencer Cox and Deidre Henderson, they recognize that that's the end game in this, is to try to limit access to the ballot box for people that they don't necessarily agree with. And so I think it's going to be hard, just because, you know, it's a fringe group of people. But, you know, I mean, I guess if they can convince enough people to sign the ballots, you know,
but is it a fringe group of people? Because I keep seeing polls where they talk to Republican voters, and this kind of seems to be the company line now.
You know, I think in Utah, the polls have shown that most people are confident with the way the elections are run. And I think people who believe that the election was rigged or stolen, or that there was massive fraud, I think that's a minority. We did see the legislature kind of cave to that minority and do this audit, and we'll wait for the results from that audit. I anticipate, if those results come in before this ballot initiative gets going, that it'll show that the election was fine, that there wasn't massive voter fraud, and if there were isolated incidents, as we've seen in the past, it's oftentimes parents of missionaries casting ballots for their kids. And so I think it's going to lose some steam, and I don't think there's a groundswell of support for changing the way we vote. I think most people like it.
Robert, we have to go. Why in God's name was an audit allowed anyway? Why are they auditing they want to cast doubt. How did that happen? Isn't there some way that somebody could have said, no, we're not going to audit it. We've certified it. It's fair, and get out of here.
I mean, I think these Republican leaders were in a position where they said, well, we can either say, no, we're not going to do the audit, we'll incur the wrath of this vocal minority, or they can say, yeah, we'll do the audit. We'll cave to the vocal minority, do the audit, and anticipation that it'll come back and it'll be fine. You know, they're getting their way. It's not going to convince anybody that things were on the up and up, but it's something that I guess we have to go through. So,
all right, thanks,
anyway.
Robert Gerke, Salt Lake Tribune. Read his stuff in the Salt Lake Tribune and online, sltrib.com. Thanks, Bob.
All right.
Terrific, guys. Thank you. Take care.
Traffic, please, Gina.
There's an issue. I-15 southbound after the on-ramp from 2nd North in Kaysville. Several emergency vehicles are on the scene. Lots of people out of their cars on the shoulder. Don't do that. Why are they? You're not supposed to get out of your car. That's dangerous. Traffic is slow heading into Farmington. Looks like that's the biggest issue friends of the program are dealing with. But if you have an issue, any kind of issue really, it doesn't even have to be a traffic issue, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight on the way. Some more news for you coming up. Stand by for all of that. KXRK Provo.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, Here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank
You're
you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Ah, well,
It's
let's
good to
see.
be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
All right,
Hi,
Scott. Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
It's not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you
Hooray.
going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and helping transfer power peacefully here on
All right.
BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the
Thank
line.
you, Scott.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks.
Because on this day,
in 1964, Mark O'Toole, bassist with Frankie Goes to Hollywood, was born. We also thought that song was good for January 6th. Seemed kind of fitting.
I seem
for
to
that.
remember a video for that song where it was somebody that looked like Ronald Reagan and somebody that looked like the Russian secretary of the Communist Party, Chernenko, boxing or wrestling or something. Yeah, that's a great song, produced by Trevor Horn, legendary music producer in England. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. I think that band could have done a lot more, but they had internal problems. Couldn't seem to keep it together.
a lot of problems.
Damn new waivers.
Oh, man. Well, hi. How's it going?
Them new waivers are nothing but trouble with their green hair. And their...
How are your kids? Have you checked on them?
Yeah, so I don't know if I made that clear. We did a rapid test and all came back negative, and Mohammed feeling fine today. So he went to school. Jonesy's home, not so fine. So
What's wrong with him? What's wrong with your son? I mean, I don't get it. He could have milked this for another 2 or 3 days.
Oh, no. In fact, yesterday when we were waiting in line to try to get the PCR test, he said, how long does it take to get the PCR test back? I said, it could be a few days. He said, so I can't go to school tomorrow? Like, he was upset at the prospect of...
Why is he so excited to go to school? He's not that smart, is he?
He's very smart.
Just a joke.
No, when there was the online school, he absolutely hated it. That kid needs to move around, and sitting in front of the computer for an entire school day was really difficult for
You should have got him one of those treadmills that you can, he could have done on his...
I got him a jump rope.
Yeah.
So that, seriously, and he kept it at his desk, and if he could, jump rope while he was doing the Zoom, that was good. And he's, turned into this workout fiend. He works out twice a day.
Well, I saw that picture of him wearing shorts, and he didn't have a shirt on, and he was getting a henna tattoo in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And how old is he?
He's 14.
He's bulking up. Is
Yeah,
he
cut.
starting to? He's got definition.
Huge.
He's
Finally?
getting definition.
Oh,
yeah.
thank goodness.
Yeah.
But this morning I came out and I asked Joe where he said, "Oh, Muhammad's down on the exercise bike." Like he got up this morning and was.
Yeah, he has way
exercising.
too much energy. Now, I've not been around him that much, except I remember when he was a little kid, and it must have. You know the story I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is it maybe 3 or 4? I don't know how old he was. 5, probably about 5. And we had a company party at Lagoon. And you had always talked about how he was a runner and you know. And so we were at one of those pavilions at Lagoon with our whole company and everything. And there was a buffet line and food and everything. And I don't know what it was exactly, but I hear somebody, Joe or you go, "There he goes." And I look, and there's this little dot disappearing into the distance.
Yep.
And Joe just booked after him, because he was just going to keep running.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's him.
that's why this is.
Let's run back and forth.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. I forgot to tell you quickly, speaking of the henna tattoos.
Yes.
So they had a kiosk, on the boardwalk.
Henna tattoos are gateway tattoos. You know that.
I know.
All right.
And the kids wanted one, and so they have the book of tattoos that you can choose from. And there was a page, and the top it said Mike Tyson tattoos, and on the page was the face tattoo. You could get and all of Mike Tyson's tattoos. And my daughter, bless her heart, out of the whole book, she said, "I want Mike Tyson tattoo as my tattoo." Not one of Mike Tyson's tattoos. She wanted the words from the book, Mike Tyson tattoo tattooed on her arm. And I
Why?
applauded because she thought it was funny.
That's her Mike Tyson tattoo. You want to
Yeah.
see my Mike Tyson tattoo?
Yeah.
That's
Just said Mike Tyson. I
tattoo.
thought it was funny. I applauded her for that.
I was hoping she got the face tattoo.
No.
No.
But apparently, we asked the tattoo artist, does any, oh, yeah, people get that. It's because it's henna, so you're like, it's temporary.
So how long does that last? I've never had one.
Well, especially when you're in the ocean and stuff, they don't last very long at all. But they were.
I think there are probably ways you can preserve them a little bit
Yeah.
longer,
but
henna tattoos, no gateway tattoos. That's all.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. The Maverick Center line was already winding around the parking lot this morning at 7 a.m.
For tests, for COVID
tests.
tests,
It's time to hunker down again.
That's what we're doing here. All right, we will take a break and we will be back with boner fights and probably big boy news and opinion window. We'll see. UtahAdvocates.com is the website. Go there now. Talk to a lawyer for free, anonymously.
You know, maybe you get in if you get into an accident while you're in your car in line for a COVID test. You know,
be.
somebody smacks you from behind really good in their car. Maybe it's time to contact the advocates. You give them a call. You can call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 801-355-5550. You will be talking immediately to a lawyer, not a gatekeeper, not a paralegal, nothing like that. A lawyer picks up the phone. Utah Advocates, how can we help you? And they will help you. And if you call them and they think you have a case of merit, they will not charge you anything unless they get you a settlement in that case. You can do the same thing online, as a matter of fact, with Utah Advocates. If you're shy, you don't want to call them, you can go online. There's a chat feature there. You can just chat with them online again, ask them about your case. UtahAdvocates.com.
My little daughter, who is 4, she takes amusement in her father's flatulence. You know,
Is this a daily occurrence?
Oh God, yes. You know, and I use the dumb old dad jokes of, you know, it's a farting or it's a barking spider.
Barking spider.
And she'll always go, "It's not a barking spider, Dad. That's a foding spider."
My dad
Foding
always
spider.
said it was a buck snort.
Buck. Oh, or sometimes I'll say that bear's been following us around, or
Hear that?
did somebody step on a duck? Is the other
That's
one.
a good Hear that? Buck snort.
Yeah. She likes the duck one too. But she also is occasionally flatulent. And I was lying on her bed with her, reading her a story, as I do fairly often, before she went to bed, and she just ripped.
She ripped a good one, huh?
Just ripped one. And
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah. And I
So
said,
like us.
I
learned
said-
it from watching you.
I said, "Honey, that was."
Did you high five her?
High five.
That was a loud one. And she said, "It sounded like a door closing."
She
And I
means,
said-
she means like the creak of the door.
And I said, "It did kind of." And she said, "A door with rusty hinges." Ouch. I just thought that
she's creative.
I thought that was the best.
You know, our children are learning from you.
So now it's just, you know, hey, did somebody close a door with rusty hinges?
Somebody oil those hinges.
I just thought that was the best. A door
Get
with
some
a
3-in-1
rusty
oil on those hinges.
So that was it. It's just one of those kids say the darndest
They sure
things.
do.
You know.
Okay. Let's see. We've got 9:17. Is everybody okay?
I'm
No?
I'm running a little behind here getting this together.
Oh, okay.
But I'll be okay.
Well, then we can take that moment to remind folks that starting on Monday, we begin bribing you to listen to X96. We're not trying to disguise this as a contest. This is strictly a bribe to get you to listen longer to X96.
It's the 1K a day cash bribe. Starts Monday. First keyword will be given at 7 a.m., then 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5. And the more keywords you collect, that's how you enter. Each keyword you can only enter once. So the more keywords you get, that's the more entries you get. And then we'll pick a winner every day for $1,000.
You just have to listen. You can just listen one time, but the more times you listen, the more times you can enter, and the better your chances of winning that $1,000 a day. So listen on the odds, 7, 9, and 11 a.m., and then 1, 3, and 5 p.m. And you can enter each time. It increases your odds every day. You could win that $1,000 a day starting on Monday. We're bribing you to listen to the station longer on X96. All right. Let's see. Are you ready for a reasonable? Yeah. Well, it's big boy news actually.
Yeah, I can be ready.
And boner fights also coming up after this. Big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by
the half of a muffin top I just ate.
When you say muffin top, I think of something entirely different.
No, it's
what kind of muffin was it? Was it brand?
Cinnamon chip muffin.
What do you do with the rest of it?
Well, I don't know. That's somebody else's problem. I only wanted. I just picked it. Well, I picked at the top of a muffin. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Like it was a sore or something. All right.
It doesn't count if you don't take it out of the wrapper, and if you just sort of pick at it.
Yeah, sure. Right, whatever you say, Barbary. So People Magazine has an exclusive first look, although I don't know why you'd want it, at the official trailer for the upcoming 8-episode series, Pam and Tommy. It's on Hulu. The show will tell Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee's what they're referring to here is a love story, as well as that of their infamous, famous leaked sex tape and the scandal that followed. The two actors playing the parts, Lily James and Sebastian Stan. Lily will play Pam, and Sebastian will play
We were not
Tommy.
sure.
Okay. There's a trailer which shows a disgruntled former employee of the famous couple, Rand Gauthier, played by Seth Rogen, and his friend Uncle Milty, Nick Offerman, stealing and then watching the sex tape that Anderson Lee made on their honeymoon. That'll be exciting, won't it?
It's funny, though, the trailer, I mean, this is not, I don't know if this is a movie that I would seek out.
It's a series.
Yeah, a series. But after seeing the trailer, I think I'm going to watch it now, yeah.
I probably
Because
will.
those two look just like Pam and Tommy Lee. And then all the characters around them will look pretty entertaining, too.
It'll be trash, so yeah.
Yes, it will.
As the surge of Omicron cases to start the new year wasn't enough, as if it wasn't enough to handle as the pandemic nears a second year, now there are reports of people getting the flu and COVID at the same time. Flurona. The term was conceived to indicate the presence of both ailments simultaneously. It does not indicate a distinct disease. You can certainly get both the flu and COVID-19 at the same time, which would be catastrophic to your immune system, said Dr. Adrian Burrows at the University of Central Florida. Oh, University of Central Florida. Wow.
Oh, well, okay.
A COVID testing site near Los Angeles detected a child had a case of Flurona recently, according to a report from KNBC.
Carrie Jackson.
Bye, Flurona.
So, Utah Republicans involved in the insurrection on January 6th a year ago. 1 year ago, supporters of Donald Trump, stormed the Capitol, a day that will live in infamy. As more information emerges about what happened in those days between the November election and January 6th, well, it's becoming clear. More revelations are expected as the House committee investigating the insurrection continues. But what do we know about the 4 prominent Utah Republicans who were there at the time, who were around? Mike Lee, Chris Stewart, Burgess Owens, and Sean Reyes, the Attorney General.
Was he there that day?
Well, Senator Mike Lee had the closest Utah connection to Trump allies who were seeking to overturn the election. He was made aware of a memo authored by lawyer John Eastman, which laid out a constitutionally dubious path for Vice President Mike Pence to hand the election to Trump. So they told Mike Lee about it ahead of time, or made him aware of it.
Everybody was aware.
The first mention of the memo and Lee's connection to it came in late September 2021, first published in the book Peril by Bob Woodward and Robert Costa. The memo claimed Pence could throw out electoral votes from states if there were compelling slates of electors. According to the book, Mike Lee was given a copy of the memo on January 2nd, 4 days before Congress would meet to certify Biden's election win. The memo claimed 7 states had submitted dueling slates of electors, which was not true. That was absolutely not true. Lee did not make any mention of the Eastman memo prior to the publication of the book. He did say he made phone call after phone call to officials in many of those states during a January 27th online town hall, but did not specifically mention the Eastman memo. Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, left a rambling voicemail on Lee's phone, intended for Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, who was sworn in just days earlier. A recording of that voicemail was leaked to the Dispatch. Trump also mistakenly called Lee's phone, thinking he was calling Tuberville, as the riot unfolded at the Capitol. What we don't know, in Woodward and Costa's books, the authors say Mike Lee knew the gambit in Eastman's memo would be a deliberate warping of the Constitution, and they paint Mike Lee as being torn between his constituents who were urging him to do something about the baseless claims of a stolen election and upholding the Constitution. Like there would be a choice. If Lee had advanced knowledge of the plan, why didn't he say more about before January 6th?
Because he wanted it to happen.
Why did Mike Lee attempt to downplay the seriousness of the attack after it happened? During a February appearance on Fox News, Mike Lee said Donald Trump deserved a mulligan, for urging the horde of his supporters to march on the Capitol. Attorney General Sean Reyes visited Nevada shortly after Election Day to assist the Trump team's efforts to find evidence of voter fraud. Reyes claimed he saw evidence of voting irregularities while he was there.
No.
Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford said Reyes didn't return his phone calls or texts to discuss what he might have seen.
He didn't.
So the Attorney General of Nevada, if you saw something, tell me what it is. He didn't return the phone calls. As an alleged example of voter fraud, Republicans pointed to the case of Donald Hartle, who claimed that somebody stole and cast a ballot intended for his deceased wife. After investigation, Mr. Hartle was charged with using his wife's ballot to vote twice. He later pleaded guilty. In
the
December,
only instances of voter fraud have been Republican voter fraud, and they're very few instances, but those are the ones that we've found.
Reyes has never disclosed what alleged evidence he found in Nevada that he claimed was voter fraud. Reyes' office didn't respond to a request for comment. Chris Stewart and Burgess Owens, the only members of Utah's delegation in Washington who voted to throw out the electoral votes from Pennsylvania. They were part of a group of 138 House Republicans who voted to challenge those election results without any evidence of fraud. In a tweet on January 4th, 2 days before the insurrection, Stewart announced his intention to not certify Biden's win, citing voting irregularities that needed to be sorted out. Voting irregularities that he had zero evidence of.
All he has to do is make the accusation.
Stewart amplified his lies about the election fraud prior to the January 6th vote. Quote, if anyone says there's no evidence, that's absolute nonsense. There's plenty of evidence about this, he said.
Well, there have been audit after audit after audit, none of them coming up with any. So what
Democrat Ben McAdams was, the House race against Ben McAdams, Owens' campaign sent out a fundraising message claiming Democrats were attempting to steal the election. His election had not yet been assured when this was going on.
Mm-hmm.
He announced he would be joining the challenge to the election results. Owen said he believed Trump, in fact, had won the election. Absolutely, yes, I do. There's no question in my mind. I think he won. Owen said.
Well,
Because I want it to be that way.
He won in the state of Utah, so maybe you're partially right.
So what we don't know. This is all in the Salt Lake Tribune, by the way. What we don't know. What convinced Owens and Stewart to vote to reject the election from Pennsylvania? What we don't know. Former White House advisor Peter Navarro wrote in his book that he and former Trump advisor Steve Bannon hatched a plan called the Green Bay Sweep, which he says enlisted hundreds of members of Congress to reject the election results. Navarro said he distributed information about election fraud to every Republican member of Congress. Did Stewart or Owens read any of that material? Probably they did.
Probably.
Were Stewart and Owens part of the Green Bay Sweep plan? Probably. But when the Salt Lake Tribune contacted them for comment, they had none.
No comment.
They didn't even say it's not true.
It was just no comment.
Because they can't say that.
Well, you know why.
Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's entitled to a mulligan once in a while.
Okay.
And by the way, we'll go to Boner Fight here, but Little Caesars Hot and Ready Pizza. I told you last time that they're raising their price from $5. You know how long it's been that it's been $5? Since 1997. Their hot and ready pizza has been $5.
Inevitable that the price goes up.
It doesn't have anything to do with COVID.
No.
It doesn't have anything to do with inflation.
No.
It's high time they raised their price 55 cents.
Yeah.
Okay? All right.
So there you go.
That's
okay.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
A couple of good candidates here. Boner candidate number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour. But I'm Brandon. That's my name, gol darn it. That driver, Brandon Brown, who was, I mean, it wasn't his fault that the Let's Go Brandon thing happened.
But he's embraced it.
He is the Brandon in question. And so he kept trying now to use that as a ploy or an advertising thing to make himself noticeable on the NASCAR circuit. He wanted that phrase on his car and his helmet and all that. And NASCAR said, no, you can't do that. And then Boner candidate number 2, I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers!" The QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, claiming that he was trying to calm the crowd and get everybody to go home rather than being a violent, horrible human being. That's number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is, in your opinion, Boner of the day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is to call the producer's booth and use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Fight, January 6, 2021, and vote there. Now, you probably won't see that box right away when you get to the website. Refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. Go ahead. You have only until the end of these messages, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah, they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, you know. I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but Except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. You know, I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding,
All right,
Howard,
all
not
right.
my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
Okay, let's award Boner of the Day.
I can't remember the last time I had a turnip.
So you agree with Brian? They're a rare food.
No, because I see them in the store
Oh.
all year round.
Yeah, Brian doesn't go to the store.
Apparently not. All right, here we go with the winner of Boner Fight. It's brought to you in part by a delicious sandwich from Moochie's and also a glass of Zinfandel.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch weekends till 3 p.m. Enjoy their heated patio, live music 4 nights a week, or watch your favorite sports. Gracie's located at the corner of Broadway and West Temple, 21 and older only.
Number one. But I'm Brandon. That's my gall darn name. Gall darn it. NASCAR driver. Yeah. He got a fair amount of votes, but not nearly enough. To beat the QAnon shaman, Jacob Chansley, I tried to calm the crowd by yelling, "Time's up, mother effers." Yeah.
That's your Boner of the Day for today, January 6, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie. And
The following is a sponsored feature.
let's get Laura on the phone.
I've always thought that it was a really good idea to baby your baby, and I'll bet, if I had a baby, I would baby it, but I'll bet that Laura Haltrup Cole, who is a dietitian at the University of Utah Department of Health, would agree with that, right, Laura?
Most definitely.
So
it's always a good idea to baby your baby.
Yes, absolutely. So we're talking about, you're a dietitian, so I guess we want to
Family
talk
health
about
goals.
feeding babies and children,
Families.
young children. Yeah.
Yeah, and beyond that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how family health goals can be really beneficial. I think New Year's resolutions can be such a drag, and they can feel like you're really alone. But if you do it together with your family, it can actually make a difference in your life.
Well,
And that
how are
could
you going to get
include your
every?
baby.
Laura, how are you going to get everybody to like kale? That's what I want to know.
Now I could talk about that kale for 45 minutes, but
wow,
you bring up a good point. You want your values to be part of that goal. So if you really if you don't care about kale, make it about something else.
Okay.
If you don't, so most of us don't really care, how much our family weighs. Like that's kind of a weird thing to say, but that's why we want to make goals about food and health instead of focusing on weight or diet.
Should you then make a goal like you should do the combined weight of your entire family? Like here's how much we weigh all together. This is our family weight. And then work on that?
Definitely not.
Oh, okay.
Definitely not. Yeah. So speaking of babies and children, we know that parents who talk about healthy things and food, like just, food as food, have children who are less likely to have an unhealthy relationship with food or have unhealthy dieting habits.
It's so hard, though, I mean, kids, and we've always tried to be really good with our kids and, talk about food and try different things. And they still seem to develop these aversions to certain foods. I won't eat that. I don't want that. So I guess you have to accommodate that in certain ways, right?
Yeah. What I recommend and what a lot of dietitians recommend is you serve healthy foods on the table all the time, regularly, but don't ever force your child to eat something they don't want to eat.
Yeah, sit there until your turnips are gone.
But because they'll probably, if you offer it all the time, they're going to find something that they like, and then you can bring that into the menu more often, right?
Exactly, yeah. And you bring up a good point. I mean, it's important to kind of what we call safe food, so foods your kids will like as part of a meal. That doesn't mean chicken nuggets all the time or French fries, but maybe
gumdrops.
If you know they like pasta, serve pasta, but then also serve broccoli.
Yeah.
Yep. And I have a 3-year-old, and she says, I don't want that, and I say, okay, that's fine, but I'm going to put it on your plate. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to.
Okay.
And that's an exposure.
Speaking of broccoli, that's a sort of a notorious one that now I happen to like broccoli, and as a matter of fact, my kids like broccoli as well, particularly oven roasted broccoli. But there's this thing that says, well, if they don't like broccoli, put cheese sauce on it. Is that cheese sauce isn't very healthy, is it?
It's not, but that can be a good strategy you take. If that makes them enjoy broccoli, that can be a good thing. I think we tend to say, oh, well, my kids only eat carrots if they douse it in ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And ranch dressing, isn't that terrible, but those veggies are really good.
Okay.
So I think serving it in a variety of ways is important.
It's a good trade-off, yeah. Yeah, Carrie.
Yeah.
What
I was just going to say that's the broccoli gateway. That's how you get them there. Cheese sauce and then ranch, and then maybe all it is salt and pepper with some olive oil after they're roasted. Maybe that kind of thing.
Ranch is the gateway for me for lots of things.
Let me ask you, what would you do with a child, Laura, who just insisted that she would eat nothing but hot dogs?
Well, I would not serve hot dogs every day. I would serve hot dogs maybe once or twice a week, and then choose the other things I'm going to serve and say, if you don't want to eat, you don't have to eat, but this is what we're having for dinner.
Oh, taking the tough love.
Yeah, see, rather than the old family physician who told this child, just keep feeding her hot dogs. She'll get sick of them after a while.
Bill, that was 50 years ago.
This is
we have more information now than we did back then.
It worked, though. She doesn't eat hot dogs now.
Nope, I don't eat hot dogs.
There's a kid's book about that. The Frances book, where she'll only eat jam and bread.
Yeah.
You know that book?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Jam and bread.
Bread and jam for Frances, as a matter of fact, is what it's called.
Yes.
Laura, where can people go? Now, Laura is a dietitian at the University of Utah. the Utah Department of Health, I should say. Where can people go to find out information about healthy eating for families?
Yeah, so heal.health.utah.gov is our website that has a lot of different resources and links for healthy eating and healthy family meals.
Okay. Anything else we need to cover real quickly?
I think just make it fun. I like how you said trying new things is a great goal, and that can be around food or it can be around trying to meditate. But make it fun and think outside the box.
All right.
Oh, okay, I like that idea. Try to family meditation, like 15 minutes. We all go to our separate corners and meditate. All right, that's great.
All right.
All right,
Sounds
Laura,
good,
thanks
Laura.
so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Heal.health.utah.gov. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. All right, we will take a break, and we'll be back after these X96.
Just a quick note here. Is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out of
are
9.
these people?
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. It was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please take. Everything's very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved?
Sure.
It's low mileage. One owner? It's a one
I
owner?
only drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Good.
Please
okay.
have it.
All right. Take my uterus.
All right. There you go.
He's silly. Yesterday we talked several times about our dear departed friend, Carlin Tallbrother. Won't go into too much detail, but Carlin had worked for us on a part-time basis for many years. He was a sweet guy. You know, it's funny, I had several phone calls yesterday from members of our staff. Now, what happened to Carlin exactly? What happened? He passed away for some respiratory problems, and he'd been kind of sick for a while. But everybody who called me said, "Oh my gosh, he was just." Whenever I was around him or I did some little work with him, he was just so sweet and funny and nice. And so anyway, his family and particularly his sister started a GoFundMe. Her name is Carlandrea Tallbrother, and they needed to raise some money. The family doesn't have a lot, and they wanted funeral expenses, and they want to take Carlin's remains, his mortal remains, to the res, down to Shiprock, New Mexico, and so he can be laid next to his grandmother, as said. And so the GoFundMe, and we started to talk about it yesterday, and when we started talking about it, they wanted to raise $5,000 at the GoFundMe. And I think when we started talking about it, there was $3,000 on it, maybe, or a little less. And through in just stellar fashion. And I look through the list of donators here, and I see so many names that I recognize. I may not know you. Yeah, I may not know you personally, but I know your names. Thank you.
And you can donate anonymously too. You don't have to put your name in.
I looked at it, and there's $7,088, and their goal was only $5,000. So thanks. And I don't know how much longer. There's usually a time limit on these, aren't there? I think, Katie, you remember when we did one. Isn't there usually a time limit on this? And I don't see where that might be, but you could still probably go there and donate. Just look for...
A lot of the time, the GoFundMe, it will stay up until the person takes it down.
Okay.
So it can still accumulate more money, even if the limit is set. Like when we did Dave's stuff, we raised more than our limit was. So.
Yeah.
Oh, now excuse me. I'm looking at this. It says $7,088 raised. Now they have a $10,000 goal. So it was modest at $5,000, and I think they looked and said, "Boy, people are really coming through. Maybe we could raise a little bit more." There's a picture of Carlin there.
Have the biggest hearts.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of fundraising, and please, so go there. There's still a way you can donate. Go to the GoFundMe website. It's just GoFundMe.com.
There are links. There are links in all of our social medias.
Yeah. I just got an email also from the people at the Road Home.
Oh, good.
People are curious about how much money was raised and how much money we raised for the Road Home before Christmas. They don't have it completely totaled yet, but they.
Oh, really?
The email that I got just a few minutes ago from Taylor Johnson, she says, "We're just confirming some money and last-minute donations with our data team today. We are hoping to have the numbers to you tomorrow." So you can we did well, I know that. So you all came through in that respect too. It's amazing to me whenever we ask you guys to step up with donations, you do.
I don't get it, because liberals, you usually have your hand out asking for stuff.
Yeah, you
I don't
welfare
understand
queens.
all you welfare
all you welfare queens out there. My guess is you're using some of your welfare check to go.
You're good. You're good people, and
thanks.
We're lucky to have you as listeners.
Thanks for doing it, and thanks for being a part of the Radio from Hell family. Now go out and round up some new listeners.
Recruit. We need some recruits.
We need some recruits. So maybe we ought to do a sort of a GoFundMe for our 30th anniversary, and what instead of money, you go out and get listeners.
We're looking for 10,000 new listeners.
Now, see, here's the thing, is that I've heard radio stations in this market that have had promos of one of their shows saying, all these Californians moving here, it's just causing nothing but trouble. You know what? We don't feel that way here.
No, we welcome
come on. Come on in. Y'all come.
Come on.
We're happy to have you here. Come on in.
You know, slide down that Silicon Slope and come up here to Radio from Hell.
How can we help you feel more comfortable living here? What can we do to make you feel happier about being here?
You'll never hear us call you Californicators.
No,
unless
we love you.
Unless you like that. Maybe you like that. I don't know.
Well, we play Californication by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, so maybe. No, I'm just saying, it's a confusing place to live. It's kind of strange. We'd be more than happy to help you ease your way in to finding a comfortable place.
We will counsel you individually if that's what it takes.
If you want to call us tomorrow morning, we'll counsel you individually. If you have any, if you're again from out of state and you have questions,
like how does somebody get a drink in this town? We can tell you how to do that.
Exactly.
Come on over to my house. I'll pour you one right now.
So unlike those other radio stations that are complaining about the Californians coming to town, we welcome you.
Yeah.
Y'all come, kick your shoes off, put your feet up. Welcome.
I'll get the fire stoked. Come on.
Oh, can we do fires now?
Is that?
We can't do fires.
What?
Your gas fireplace, right?
Yeah.
We can't have a fire. That's something you'll have to learn. You can't have a fire.
Well,
do you have a wood fireplace?
No.
Oh.
I have a gas.
Well, I mean, but we should explain to people who have the wood, the Californians who have the wood
don't
fireplaces.
light a fire in there. Don't.
Well, there are days you can and days you can't. And we could explain that to you. So like I said, if you Californians and you have any questions, please.
If you're Californians and you have a wood fireplace and you've moved here with your wood fireplace, you brought it all the way from California.
Strapped it to the top of the truck.
I'm going to advise you right now, convert it to gas.
Email us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put in the subject line, I need some help. I'm from California. Something like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Huh?
What the?
Or any other state. I mean.
No, yeah. I'm saying California because that's where the majority of them are coming from, but any other state.
Yeah. I mean, if you few stragglers from Ohio, we'll help you too. You lone wolves from, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits. Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, at 7 a.m., Victoria will be with us. We got a lot of Real Housewives of Salt Lake City to talk about. A ton of stuff to catch up on.
Plus, 7:45, it's time for the 2022 RFH Deadpool. We know you've been curious, and our lists are ready. Mine isn't ready. I guess I got to get it ready.
Plus, at 8 a.m., we answer the first best or meh question of the week for 2022. So send in your questions. Email them to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Join us to finish out the first week of 2022 with Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96. I'm surprised you didn't get to the story about, the Pope is
the
calling
Jewish
out.
Pope?
Yeah, he's calling out couples who have
Karen.
decided. He's calling out me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People who have decided to have pets instead of children.
You're ruining humanity, Kerry.
I'm ruining humanity, and I'm selfish. Well, I'll admit to being selfish.
The Pope does that every once in a while. It's part of his manual. He says, every 40 days I have to say, you people who are not having children.
Get out there and make a baby.
Yeah.
Let's see. So there's that. We should talk about that.
I didn't get to Donald Trump calling out Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
Reading him the riot act.
Mm-hmm. Very upset at him. And apparently, let me see if this can. We got a minute here or so. But one of Coke's most popular sodas is becoming a boozy beverage. They are tapping in on the canned cocktail craze with, a again, this is something I invented years ago. Fresca, which was one of the first diet sodas. I found that it mixes perfectly with vodka. But it's a partnership between Corona Brewer, Constellation Brands, and Coke. The companies will launch Fresca Mixed, a spirit-based cocktail later this year.
That's smart. That's very
Carrie,
smart.
wait a minute, though. Is there anything that vodka will mix with? I mean, you can use vodka.
Well, see, what was great about Fresca is it came in different flavors as well, and not just the traditional lemon lime. Oh, yeah, it's available in peach and black cherry. And so you get your vodka in there, and it's great.
Because I always like Fresca.
How about a Fresca?
It's very refreshing, right?
Very refreshing.
Yeah. There were many times where I had all this Fresca in the fridge, and that was there.
What am I going to do with all this Fresca?
It was there for the mixing. And then friends would come over and just drink straight Fresca, and I said, "You're wasting the Fresca."
You're doing it wrong.
Jimmy, you're wasting the Fresca. Anyway, I think we're good, right? We got all business?
30 years of this crap.
Yep.
30 years of this crap.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Why don't you go out and get yourself a hot breakfast?
I want that on a T-shirt, too. Gina Barberi under it, like a caricature of her going. All right.